I'll call the meeting officially to order. Welcome to meeting number 43 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, and this will be the first panel of two today. Today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website, and we are meeting on government spending, We Charity, and Canada Student Services grants. The first panel, which will go 2 hours, I welcome the witnesses on that panel. If you could try and keep your remarks to about 5 minutes, that'd be helpful and give members more time for questions. We will start with the Canadian Women's Foundation, Paulette Senior, President and CEO. Ms. Senior, you're on. Welcome. You're muted as yet.
Thank you very much. And thank you, committee, for the invitation. My name is Paulette Senior. I'm President and CEO of the Canadian Women's Foundation, which is Canada's only national public foundation for women and girls and one of the 10 largest women's foundations in the world. Our 3 decades of granting work has focused on moving women out of poverty and violence and into safety and confidence. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee to discuss the question of the government's pandemic response. The mission of the Canadian Women's Foundation is transformative change in the lives of women and girls in Canada. And the COVID-19 pandemic has heavily impacted women. For this reason, we would like to encourage the government to ensure that women's safety, their livelihoods, and well-being are central to all of the parts of the pandemic response. Women have been put at risk, and most severely, women from communities that are marginalized by systemic discrimination. In terms of women's work during the pandemic, the disproportionate effects of the pandemic on women at work cannot be understated. The latest numbers of Stats Canada from Stats show women throughout the country have been hit harder than men when it comes to job losses. There has been a 17% drop in female employment compared to 14.5% drop with men. Additionally, women 15 to 24 are suffering the most, with 38% for a fall in employment. Overall, women earning the lowest 10% of wages experience job loss at 50 times the rate of the highest wage earners. This is the type of granular data revealed by intersectional gender-based analysis needed to support decisions on next steps. In terms of women in the recovery, under present economic conditions, women are falling out of the workforce. They have stopped looking for work due to high unemployment in their sector and/or the pressures of children not in school or daycare. With uncertainty about how long this situation will continue, there is little confidence among these workers, given that women more than men have lost jobs that are not regaining them. Government must ensure that ongoing plans take into account this disproportional effect. Major sectors where women are affected directly will need special attention as they take longer to rebuild. These sectors include retail, the service sector in general, including travel and tourism, the care economy, and the nonprofit and charitable sector. Given the numbers who have lost work already, plans to stimulate the reopening of any economic sector cannot go ahead without guarantees that parents will be able to depend on a reliable childcare plan. The foundation supports the work of the Child Care Now campaign, which advocates for affordable, high-quality early learning and childcare available to all families. We know that this is key to women's economic security and to violence prevention specifically. In responding to gender-based violence in the pandemic, stay-at-home orders increased the risk of domestic violence and decreased women's ability to leave abusive homes for the safety of shelters. Evidence of increases in gender-based violence is now clear all across Canada. In Ontario, the York Regional Police saw domestic incidents grow by 22% since COVID-19. The Ontario Association of Transition Houses say that women's shelters are experiencing a 20% increase. Several provincial crisis lines have reported an increase of 30% in the number of calls they receive. The organizations we work with are critical organizations when it comes to ending gender-based violence in Canada. From surveys and consultations with the sector, we know that since the start of the pandemic, 92% of organizations of all kinds have seen an increase in gender-based violence. More than 50% have seen an increase of up to 30% in the demand for their services. And 6 to 7% have launched new services and programs to respond to the crisis, while 82% think that they will not be able to emerge from this crisis. The government must continue to offer ongoing support to women's services. It has taken decades to build a sector that provides not only essential programs and services, but knowledge and advocacy that have put women's equality issues such as gender-based violence in the public eye and on the government agenda. We cannot afford to have this sector fail. Before I finish, I would also like to bring to your attention 3 key recommendations for Budget 2021, which we feel should include our response, be inclusive of our response to the consultation. Any items in the recovery budget must have a GBA plus and intersectional analysis. There must be data to monitor the impact of the budget in terms of gender and intersecting identities. Canada needs a stabilization plan for the nonprofit and charitable sector and funding to ensure thriving women's movements. Imagine Canada estimates the cost to bring this sector into a strong recovery is $9 billion. Any stabilization fund must have an intersectional lens with investments in diverse communities. And finally, Canada needs to revitalize its social infrastructure through care sector investments. This means strengthening social policy in long-term care, childcare, and violence against women and gender-based violence, prioritizing investments in community and in state models. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Senior. Now we'll turn to Global Medic, Rial Singh, Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Global Medic is a registered charity that has run 220 missions in 73 countries and delivered life-saving aid to 3.4 million people. When the COVID pandemic began, we turned our full attention to helping Canadians. We deployed our critical infrastructure tenting to help hospitals and to keep food banks open, launched an emergency cash transfer program, distributed PPE, assembled and distributed over 100,000 hygiene kits, and packed and distributed over 400,000 pounds of food.
Rial, I may get you to slow down just a little. You'll have time.
Sure.
The translators will have a little difficulty.
Yeah, no problem. We've delivered aid across the country and worked with hundreds of local charities. On April 21st, the government announced a $350 million fund that was programmed through 3 large partners to help the charitable sector. Now, while this is a well-intentioned idea, it does have several drawbacks. The first major drawback of having major partners program money on behalf of the government is it creates what's called a double administration fee, because the partner that's programming the money takes an administration fee, and the partner receiving the money takes an administration fee. Now, let's just make an assumption, and if you read the detailed documents that I've sent you, you'll see where I'm basing these assumptions from, that each party is taking 10%. That means that up to $70 million of the $350 million fund ends up as dead money in administration and not converted into food or hygiene items or for shelter support. Now, I understand that sometimes governments will pay for speed and efficiency, and that's why they'll run programs like this. But if you take a very serious look at this project, you'll see that in this case, speed has not occurred. Again, I've given you a very detailed, commentary from other partners. And if you ask as a committee for a real-time evaluation of how much money is spent and who's gotten what money and when money is transferred, you'll see that speed has not occurred in this case, which makes it hard to imagine why we're spending the extra several million in administration. And last, when we program through large partners, often many agencies get left out and don't get funding, which is disappointing because they may have capacity and good programs. And if we weren't losing the double administration, we'd be able to reach more of those agencies with the money, which meant more Canadians would get help. A more direct approach would yield better results, would be to have charities talk directly to Public Service Canada so that the Public Service could administer funds directly and avoid that duplication. Perhaps a series of strategic grants would be more effective. For example, if the government simply subsidized the salary costs of charities that were fighting COVID, it would yield a better result without losing those administrative costs. Furthermore, it would help protect jobs. Ms. Senior just mentioned how women have been so adversely affected by COVID-19, and the government has raised concerns about the number of jobs lost, especially by women. Well, in this sector, 81% of the people that are employed are women. The government could go further and offer to underwrite 100% of the existing jobs to charities and agencies that are fighting COVID for, let's say, 12 months, and then say to those agencies, we'll underwrite that if you hire 50% more people. Not only would a program like that save administration, it would guarantee jobs, and it would increase the number of jobs. And since 81% of the sector is female, there'd probably be more jobs created for women, creating a win-win situation and helping charities fight COVID more effectively. I want to turn to the Canada Summer Jobs Program because it's a good program, but it needs to be improved. This is the third year in a row that the Global Medic has participated in the program. Some of the drawbacks of the program is it actually places an administrative burden on charities without compensation. It's slow. The lack of responsiveness for the program actually existed before COVID and is now compounded by COVID. One of the major policy failures this year was the announcement by government to pay 100% of the jobs without infusing more funds. Simply put, when you increase the amount of money paid per job, you're left with less jobs. In our case, we received 3 initial jobs. When we realized that we were setting up aid packing sites in different high school and university and college gyms where volunteers could be in packing food kits and packing hygiene kits, we asked for more jobs because it made sense to us to have the government support students with summer jobs so they can make money to go back to school, and we could give them a safe place to work, and the work they would be doing would be meaningful because they would be packing aid that we were getting to families in need through many charitable partners. We asked for 80 positions, we received 2. The Canada Summer Jobs Program is probably too rigid to handle a crisis response, and it can't meet the needs on the ground. And I've gone into detail in my submission on specifics as to why, to give you a better understanding. But I just want you to be aware of that. And then I want to talk about the student service bursary and then sum up. So when the Prime Minister announced a program on April 22nd about bursaries, we were really excited. Our program was a perfect and a natural fit, the ability to place students to pack aid and help us fight COVID and help us help families. The students could make some money to go back to school. Immediately on April 22nd, when that happened, we reached out to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, other people in the PMO, several cabinet ministers, and several MPs. We also invited elected officials to come visit the sites where we were packing aid because we wanted them to see the work that was being done. We even got them to pack some aid. We never heard anything back from the government. Now, this is disappointing because we could easily have hosted 20 students per shift per site, which totals 840 students a week in the GTA, and we could have scaled up, launched sites in additional cities. On June 15th, we received an email from and we were told they were administering the program. Our agency explained the positions that we had, and we entered into a partnership agreement. We've recruited students to participate, and now I'm very concerned that the students will not get a bursary. When this thing fell apart with and the government, we were told by that the government would take over. We have room at our sites every day for more students to participate. Now, I immediately wrote to several MPs and Minister Chagger, and I was told by Minister Chagger's office that the government was taking over and would be in touch. That's a couple of weeks ago, and to this date, we have yet to hear from the government. The biggest loser in this will be the students. I'm going to conclude, Chair. I'm very worried about people falling through the cracks because of poor policy decisions and how they adversely impact people. We're not at the end of the fight against COVID, and we need to learn from what is currently being done to simply improve the process and the programs that are meant to help Canadians. As a nation, we need to rally together to fight COVID. There's simply too much at stake. My reason for testifying today is to raise concerns with some of the ways in which the programs that are designed to help Canadians in need have been rolled out. We all need to do better. Respectfully, Chair, the government needs to do better. There are too many people relying on the support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Then we'll go to individuals. Ms. Krause, researcher and writer. Go ahead, Vivian. You've been before the Finance Committee before. You know how this works. Go ahead. You're muted, Vivian. There you go.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to testify today. And also thank you to everyone for the hard work that you're doing on this file. I've been following We Charity from afar for several years now. And over the last couple of weeks, I have taken a closer look at their annual reports, website videos, social media, press releases, financial statement, and tax returns, both Canadian and US tax returns. I also looked at the job ads for about 20 positions to see what type of work we has been hiring staff to do. And I have spoken with former staff who've been employed by We. And I'll just say that unless I specify otherwise, I'm referring to We, the registered charity, when I say We. Overall, what I see is an organization that has grown fast, unusually fast, and has shifted its focus 15 years. In total, I find that since 2003, We Charity, the Canadian registered charity alone, has reported total revenue of nearly $500 million, about $490 million in revenue, and about $470 million in expenditures. That's just what We Charity, the Canadian registered charity, has reported. What has surprised me is that only about 1/4 of the total revenue of We Charity is from tax receipted donations. What this means is that 3/4 of We Charity's revenue is from sources that for some reason were not interested in a tax receipt. In 2019 alone, We Charity, according to its US tax returns, was granted a total of $118 million from US sources in 1 year alone, including some very large amounts. For example, Allstate Financial, $32 million, Microsoft, $10 million, Unilever, $10 million, Walgreens, $8.3 million, KPMG USA, $4.6 million. The thing that strikes me about this list of donors that account for $118 million is that so many of them are big brands. In addition to those names that are on the list in the US tax returns, We Charity also partners with the Royal Bank, TELUS, Nordstrom, Holt Renfrew, Staples, David's Tea, Keg Restaurants, Virgin Atlantic, DHL, and other for-profit companies. As I watched some of We Charity's videos, I was surprised to see the corporate logos of some of these companies pop up. KPMG t-shirts, Royal Bank t-shirts, and the DHL delivery trucks, and so on. Looking through the job ads, I found that We Charity has advertised only for positions in sales and marketing. I could not find one job ad for staff in any other country. Now that just that's just the function of the ads that were available at the time. But a couple of the ads did catch my eye in particular. I'll give you one example. We Charity advertised, and I quote, for someone that in the description of the job, it stated that this position, the program between Allstate and We Charity, and I quote, plays a vital role in Allstate's success, end quote. Then the job ad went to explain how. This was by, and I quote, by advancing the business priorities of the corporation with reputation building strategies. That job ad also goes on to say that this program, and I quote, drives business results through improved external reputation with investors, policymakers, media, customers, consumers, and opinion leaders. Almost done here. I noticed that we has a program called Track Your Impact, which allows a consumer to go online and input a code when one purchases a WE product. That code links the consumer to information about the village that they're helping with that purchase. That data, consumer data, is collected by WE. Consumer data, mostly for children, young people. WE says that as part of their literature for this specific program, they have almost 4 million people in their movement. If that's the case, that's a gold mine of consumer data about a highly desirable, hard to reach market segment, children and millennials. Lastly, this got me thinking, what does WE do with all that data? So I read their privacy policy. And what I find in their privacy policy is that WE clearly spells out the restrictions that WE Charity has promised to adhere to with regards to personal information. It also specifies very clearly that WE does share data with third parties. So last week I wrote to WE and I asked, well, who do you share your data with? Do you share it with your corporate partners? Is that part of the reason, perhaps, that big companies like Microsoft, TELUS, Nordstrom are paying so much to WE? I also asked whether WE Charity provides this data to political parties, and specifically to the Liberal Party of Canada. So finally, this brings me to my conclusion of my opening remarks. I could say much more, but I will leave it at that for now. In summary, I think that questions need to be asked about whether WE Charity is operating for purposes that are exclusively charitable, as is required by law under the Income Tax Act, or whether WE Charity is tapping into the advertising and marketing budgets of these big companies like Allstate that granted WE Charity at least $40 million. This, of course, raises a series of troubling questions about not only whether the federal government did proper due diligence, but furthermore, whether in fact the government, in awarding this contract to WE, was on the cusp of awarding a $1 billion contract to a charity that is offside of the law. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Krause. We'll turn to the last witness, Jesse Brown, as a publisher with Canada Land. Before I get to you, Mr. Brown, I'll give the MPs the question list. First round of questions will be Mr. Cooper, Ms. Kotrakis, Mr. Fortin, and Mr. Angus. Floor is yours, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the invitation to appear before this committee. By way of context, I'm a journalist and publisher of Canada Land, which is a small independent news organization and podcast network that is funded directly by Canadians who support our reporting and want to make it available to everyone. I'm here today in that spirit. I want to stress that as a journalist with no political affiliation, I take no position on the outcome of these proceedings. 5 years ago, Canada Land News became aware of issues concerning the WE organization and began reporting on them, eventually publishing a series of in-depth stories by reporter Jaron Kerr and a number of more recent articles. WE is active in over 7,000 Canadian schools. They have received millions of dollars in public funding over the years. The WE organization engages directly with hundreds of thousands of Canadian children. For those reasons, Canada Land felt that the public had a clear interest to know more about the WE organization. I want to use my time here to share with you a summary of facts that Canada Land verified and reported through our years of investigation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about our reporting. Canada Land has reported on the misuse of charitable funds by WE Charity, fraud and embezzlement within WE Charity as alleged by WE Charity itself, a culture of systemic racism that the WE organization has acknowledged and apologized for, a history of suppressing criticism from within and suppressing journalistic scrutiny from without through intimidation and legal threats that our news company experienced firsthand. And Canada Land has reported on WE's labor issues in terms of youth and youth volunteers. And I'm going to describe those in some detail because they might be relevant to matters before this committee. Canada Land collected accounts from over 24 former and current WE employees and obtained supporting documentation which confirmed that the WE organization has a troubled history in terms of its treatment of young volunteers and workers, many of whom first encountered WE through their primary and secondary schools when they were children and teenagers. According to the WE organization itself, employees joined for minimum wage and worked around the clock. Former employees told us that overtime was for many years unpaid. So with all hours counted, employees worked for less than the minimum wage. The excessive hours became a safety risk and health concern in several instances. Former employees described to Canada Land a high-pressure environment where loyalty and commitment to the Live We philosophy were paramount, and where criticism or failure to meet fundraising targets resulted in being frozen out socially, being shamed, and eventually being fired. 14 former employees likened WE to a cult. A former director-level employee told us that, quote, it is incredibly toxic and inappropriate the way that they treat young people. A former associate director who left in 2014 said, quote, the culture of bullying and fear is very pervasive, and that comes directly from the founders. 12 former employees said that they had been verbally abused, yelled at, or bullied by Mark or Craig Kilberger directly. One former WE manager, Dan Mossop-Balquill, said that he was, quote, made to feel guilty about doing expense reports because he was told, quote, that money would otherwise go to educate starving students in Africa. Others told us similar things, saying that they were told by superiors that if we provided the resources these employees requested, it would mean less clean water, fewer vaccinations, and less education for impoverished children in Africa. Other young employees expressed ethical concerns about what they were asked to do for WE, particularly with regards to aggressive fundraising campaigns in schoolrooms. One widely expressed concern from our sources was that they had signed up to do charity work for WE Charity, but ended up selling products, doing labor, and generating revenue for a private for-profit company. Me to We, the company controlled by Mark and Craig Kilberger, was described to Canada Land by a former employee as, quote, first and foremost about money, despite its noble beginnings. While the WE organization insists publicly that the two entities are completely separate and distinct, internal WE organization documents obtained by Canada Land reveal that WE's, quote, mission is to, quote, create a single brand experience with one overarching brand. The WE organization's claim that 90% of the profits earned by Me to We are then returned to WE Charity was not something that Canada Land was able to independently verify. What is known is that money flows in the opposite direction, from WE Charity to the Kilberger's private company. The amounts are significant, $11 million over the last 10 years. The amount of money transferred out of the charity and into the private company increased sharply in the last 2 years, period of time in which WE Charity was in breach of its bank covenants, as revealed by WE's own audited financial statements. A little bit more to say as our reporting progressed, the revelations about WE became more serious. Canada Land obtained a recording of Mark Kilberger in conversation with a senior employee who talked openly about bribing government officials in Kenya. This employee made violent threats towards another WE employee.
Jesse, just to you are out of time, but we'll give you a little more. But what I'm interrupting about is, can you move your mic probably a little further from your lips? The interpreters are having a problem. You're coming through with a little fuzz.
Okay.
So if you could wrap up in a minute and a half, that'd be helpful.
That's about what I've got left. When WE was questioned about this recording, WE's lawyer told Canada Land that the employee had been stealing charitable funds from WE and that Mr. Kilberger made the phone call at the request of Kenyan police. When asked by Canada Land to provide documentation supporting this claim, Mr. Kilberger did not. There was another instance of misused charity funds when the WE organization publicly insisted that they had never paid members of the Trudeau family for speaking at WE Day. Canada Land discovered this was simply not true. Not only had they paid Margaret and Sasha Trudeau over $300,000, but $64,000 of the payments to Margaret Trudeau came directly from WE Charity. Canada Land also revealed that a daughter of Finance Minister Bill Morneau spoke without pay at a We Day event and received an endorsement for her book from Mark Kilberger, and that later another daughter of Minister Morneau went to work for We Day in the same month that Minister Morneau announced $3 million in government funding for We. In summary, in conclusion rather, the information that Canada Land reported and which I just shared did not come easily. The employees who spoke with us did so despite contracts that we had asked them to sign, which prohibited them from criticizing We for the rest of their lives and which claimed to hold their heirs liable if they ever do so. When Canada Land sent the We organization 11 early questions, they sent us 33 questions back. Why were we asking? What would we be publishing, and so on. They later asked us who our sources were. They told us that they wouldn't answer our questions unless we answered theirs, which we refused. Our reporting persisted. As we continued to investigate, their lawyers hired a private investigation firm to investigate us. Specifically, they investigated the personal life of our reporter, Jaron Kerr, and my own personal life. The information this firm investigated included, for some reason, the name of my then 8-year-old son and speculation about which school my children attended. My colleagues and I endured these pressures in order to put all of what I just said onto the public record, so that anyone considering engaging with the We organization, be they a youth volunteer, a school, a donor, a possible partner, could make informed decisions about how to proceed. In fact, most of the information I just shared has been available on the open internet for over a year to anyone who cared to run a Google search on the We organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And I got it wrong. They're still getting an echo in the interpretation booth. Can you put it closer than it was before? My mistake, and we'll see how that works when we get to questions. Mr. Cooper, you're on for 6 minutes. You'll be followed by Ms. Katrakis.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's Mr. Polyev. I'm pleased to go, but my understanding is Mr. Polyev.
Okay, are you there?
Well, let Michael go ahead. I'll take the second round if he's okay with that.
That was the list I had. Go ahead, okay. Michael.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. I'll direct my first question to Ms. Krause. Ms. Krause, you indicated that you have sent a letter to We seeking confirmation or clarification about whether they share their data with any political parties, including the Liberal Party. Have you received a response?
You're muted. There you go, Vivian.
The question I asked is whether they share data with corporate partners or political parties or anyone that supports them, and I did not receive a response.
And is there any basis upon which you have to suspect that they may be sharing their data with political parties, such as the Liberal Party of Canada?
Yes.
Okay, could you elaborate upon that?
I have heard that they have done so.
And you've heard this through
people
sources?
Yes, but I have no documentation.
And when have you heard this?
That I heard that this happened as far back as before the 2015 federal election, and that We data was used to select swing ridings, target swing ridings in the 2015 federal election.
And that has, to your knowledge, based upon your sources, continued after the 2015 election?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I know that's when it started, or I've been told that that is when it is believed to have started, and I don't know with what regularity or if at all it has continued. That's why I asked the question.
Right, and again, these are from multiple sources that you heard this from.
Well, that the Liberal Party was involved, no, that's only from one source.
Okay, but it's your understanding that substantial data was transferred?
No, I don't know.
No. Okay, you have some information. Okay, so the bottom line is you have some information, but you don't have any further details.
No, but
okay.
Except to say this, that it would. I think the question here is this: is that why was the federal government so keen to award this contract despite all the red flags? What was the reason? Was there a benefit? And I think, you know, a database like that, if in fact it is good quality data, I don't know, you know, how good they are at using Salesforce. I do know that I've seen in their financials that they pay about $140,000 a year for the Salesforce license. So I don't know what the quality of their data is, but it's a very enviable data set if it is as good as it could be.
Now, we know, Ms. Krause and Mr. Brown, that we had been in breach of their banking covenants starting in 2018. How difficult was that to find?
Who are you asking, me?
Either Ms. Krause or Mr. Brown or both.
Not difficult at all. Just read the financial statements. It's the first thing you should read if you're looking at any charity.
Mr. Brown, would you concur? You've reported on it.
Yeah, this information came to our attention via Charity Intelligence, which is an independent charity watchdog. They found that in the last two sets of audited financials from WE. I believe that Charity Intelligence did have some resistance getting one set of financial disclosures from WE Charity, but ultimately they did come into possession of those documents, and it was clear 2 years running that they were in breach of
and this has been in the public domain for some time.
That's correct.
That's correct. So when we put forward their proposal to the government respecting the Canada Student Service Grant, this information would have been readily available, easily accessible, and widely known. Is that fair?
I think that it was accessible certainly through the Charity Intelligence report on We Charity and possibly other places as well.
So how do you square that with representations from officials of government who say they just had no idea about this from a due diligence standpoint?
I don't attempt to.
Okay, fair enough. Now, in terms of the $64,000 that was paid by We directly, through her agency to Margaret Trudeau, was that money paid back to Me to We?
According to We Charity, this was a billing error. Our documentation shows that it was, if it was a billing error, it was actually a series of many billing errors because payments were in the realm of $7,500 speaking fee split into two payments. So if you think of $64,000 in payments, that suggests many, many errors. And I'll also point out to this committee, as we've reported, up until, I believe, June 26th, We Charity was telling the public that they had made no payments, neither from their for-profit company or from their charity to the Trudeaus at all. So to their later statement that when they realized these billing errors, they reimbursed the money, it logically follows that they realized these errors when Canada Land showed them that we knew about these errors, at which point, I'll give them benefit of the doubt, they reimbursed their charity.
Last question, Michael.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of money going back and forth between We and Me to We and Me to We to We. And it's We's position that in the end, We has come out on top. Could you just discuss or explain donations compared to contributions and how, in fact, we may not have come out on top in the end?
As Canada Land reported, based on our interview with Kate Bain of Charity Intelligence, when Me to We, the company, moves resources to We Charity, it is a mixture of money, time, products, and because Me to We is a privately held company, we don't really have much insight into what that mixture is. However, when We Charity moves charitable funds raised in our schoolrooms and elsewhere to the Kielburgers private company, that's cash.
Okay, we will now turn to Ms. Koutrakis, followed by Mr. Fortin. Annie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to all the witnesses before us this afternoon. My questions will be addressed to Mrs. Senior. I'm personally committed to helping women and girls in general, and particularly during the pandemic. And I was so pleased that our government was able to provide much needed funding to women's shelters and sexual violence centers, including to organizations in my own riding of Vimy and Laval, Quebec. Mrs. Senior, I want to begin by drawing attention to a few statistics on the students who applied to the CSSG program. It has been noted in the media as well that 64% of the applicants for the CSSG identified as visible minorities, 23% from rural Canada, and 10% from the LGBTQ2 communities. Clearly, this is an incredibly inclusive program that has worked to create opportunities for groups of Canadians who have been traditionally underrepresented. And I'm, extremely saddened that there's been a delay of rolling out this much-needed program to the students, to the not-for-profit organizations, and to the, end users who are the people who need it the most. Can you share your thoughts on why programs like the CSSG are so important to women and girls, and especially those who identify as visible minorities or belong to the LGBTQ community?
Well, thank you for the question. I think what I can talk about, I can't speak about the details of that program because we were not one of the folks who signed up to participate. And that's because of our work. Our work is really focused on supporting women's organizations, particularly during COVID, who were experiencing increases due to gender-based violence during the pandemic. And I mentioned the statistics around that. And so the Canadian Women's Foundation has had 30 years of granting, so we have deep experience in this. And we've been able over the past 10 years or so to partner with the government on a number of different initiatives. For this particular time that we're in, we were able to secure funding that would then be distributed to hundreds of organizations across the country, first to sexual assault centers, and then we are currently in the midst of distributing funds to gender-based violence organizations, which, as you know, have experienced significant setbacks in their ability to do their work effectively while being able to support and provide services and programs to women in need. So that's what I could speak to in terms of the student program. Mr. Singh may have more information about that, but that is the work that I can speak to as a Canadian Women's Foundation.
Is your organization experiencing challenges attracting volunteers because of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, what I've heard specifically from the grantees that we fund across the country is that in their response to addressing COVID, they experienced setbacks in being able to utilize the services of volunteers for a number of reasons. One is around safety precautions, being able to access PPEs, being able to have only those within their places of service that could actually directly serve their clients. And so while they may be able to use volunteers, being able to pivot quickly to figure that out was something that they needed to do. We haven't had organizations who have said to us that that's been the top 10 or top 5 issues that they're contending with, because when you're dealing with issues around gender-based violence, you want to be able to respond quickly, be able to make sure folks can access, make sure women can leave abusive situations to be able to enter shelters or other kinds of gender-based organizations. And so that's what I could speak to. I couldn't speak to matters in respect to volunteers.
Okay, so I know that your foundation, as you mentioned in your testimony, does very critical work for women, and we have seen the disproportionate impact, as per your testimony and so many other witnesses before the committee before today, this crisis has had on women. As we turn towards recovery, what additional steps would you like to see the government take to make the recovery inclusive beyond the 3 recommendations that you mentioned in your testimony?
Thank you. We feel that this is a critical moment, particularly for the women's sector, but the charitable sector overall. It's important that we recognize the contribution that the charitable sector makes to this country, that were we not around, we would have a very different society, very different impact in terms of matters around poverty and so forth. So for us, it's important that we're having healthy, vibrant organizations. Core funding is critical to that. We need to be able to build better. We need to be able to establish a new normal for charitable organizations that is mindful of the issues that are really impacting women's lives, people living with various multiple barriers, racialized people, as you mentioned, LGBTQ2S people, people on the non-binary spectrum, people who are living in poverty, migrant workers. So there's a whole group of organizations that really need to be able to be supported, and the organizations that we fund and others are working with are the ones to deliver these services. So we need to really be stabilized. We need a stabilized fund investment that will be able to ensure that we can continue our services. And a lot of these organizations, whether there are grantees or not, depend not just on the staff, but the supporting structures around them. And we are a network, a national network of organizations that we convene from time to time to talk about how to best improve our services. And we've heard from them that they need to be able to have stabilized funding in order to continue their work.
Thank you all. Then turning to Mr. Fortin, followed by Charlie Angus. Mr. Fortin. I don't believe you're up there, Rial. Okay, well,
oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Goodrow, are you
je crois qu'il était convenu, si vous me le permettez.
We can go to you, or we can go to Mr. Angus and come back. We'll go to Ms. Goodrow. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. My first question is for Ms. Senior. So I've listened carefully to what you had to say. You know, what you're doing is very important. I have a very simple question. Were you contacted by We Charity?
Okay, excellent.
Thank you. And in the work that you do, have you benefited in the past from a government grant?
Yes, we have. As I mentioned in my previous comments, we have been an organization that's been established to provide grants, and we are a national network of women's organizations across the country. And so we've been able to pivot quickly to be able to direct funds to the sector, particularly to gender-based violence organizations across the country.
Thank you. And at this time, what amount have you received as a government grant, as a federal grant? Any subsidies?
We've received $13 million today in 2 separate pots of funding, one to distribute to sexual assault centers, which we were able to do in a matter of 3 weeks, to 93 organizations. And then most recently, in the past couple of weeks, $10 million to distribute to gender-based violence organizations, which we're in the midst of doing. And we've already been able to distribute to over 200 organizations and counting.
Je vous remercie, Madame.
Thank you, Ms. Senior. And now I have a few questions for Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, I would like to hear a bit more about I'll give you an opportunity to say a bit more about these mechanisms that have been used because you were cut short earlier on.
The mechanisms that I was referring to, do you mean the 350 million or the other two grants?
The two grants.
And We Charity. Yeah, so
correct.
When we were in discussions asking for additional jobs, we got a response from Service Canada and said, well, we can only apply for jobs in Etobicoke Lakeshore because that's where our riding base was, even though we were saying we could put people in Scarborough, Rexdale, Brampton. So there's a significant disconnect between the 80 positions that we're asking for with the intent to benefit students, right? So they would make money to be able to go back to school. And then the government saying, well, we can only give you for Etobicoke Lakeshore. So that program is probably just too rigid to be able to work and respond to a crisis like this. And then the other thing I was saying with it is the way it's funded, it's not funded well. And then when they announced 100% funding for the specific jobs, it decreased the number of jobs. You can ask many charities, they put in for X amount of jobs, they got much less than X, which doesn't go in line with what the government was saying. It was using these programs specifically to boost and help charities. And unfortunately, it hasn't gone as well as it can go.
Je vous remercie, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I would now like to ask you, given your expertise, what is the difference between a call for tenders and a contribution agreement?
Well, one would actually have competition where you'd be, different groups would be submitting their ideas and you could actually evaluate value for money. And if you notice in my testimony, when I was talking about programming large amounts of money through single groups, and you do that because you want them to be fast, efficient, quick, and you want money distributed. And when that doesn't happen, you've got to ask yourself, well, why are we paying these double administrative fees and where's money going? When the other thing of a contribution agreement doesn't really allow for competition and, it's just going into a single group and there's less transparency, if you would say.
One final question, if I still have time, Chair. Do you, Mr. Singh, do you think that the Federal Public Service has what it needs to administer the program?
I think respectfully, the Federal Public Service is excellent at this work. And if they were just given more of the opportunity to actually program directly and charities could just deal with them directly and lose that middle layer, what would happen is more funds would go into the system, more funds could go to the hard parts of aid and get charities the money and the support they need. Ms. Senior's talking about core funding. One great way of establishing core funding is having charities deal directly with the public service. Some of these other programs that are created, they may be well-intentioned, but they're not fully effective if they're presented on their own. And in the document that I've submitted to you, and I apologize that it's not in French, we've sent you a translated version. It gives a lot of specific examples on how a more holistic approach could be done that would result in better results for Canadians and help more people.
Okay, thank you both. Turning to Mr. Angus, followed by Mr. Polyev. Charlie, 6 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The question of why we are here is really about the decision to take a $900 million and transfer it to a third-party organization that has very close connections to the Trudeau family and Mr. Morneau. And we learn now this morning that that money was transferred to a real estate holding company of which in all my years in Parliament, I've never heard of anything that's how we do business in this country. So, Mr. Brown, I want to ask you a bit about the real estate holdings of We Corporation, We Charity. You know, my daughters were involved with Free the Children when they were young. It seemed like a really great grassroots organization. I can't keep track of the multiple corporate entities that have grown up around the Kielburgers, some transparent, some very murky. Can you sort of place their real estate holdings in context of where they are as an organization?
Mr. Angus, I'm going to try to limit myself to what we've reported already. As you have pointed out, the many different entities which hold real estate, both for WE's private companies, for their various charities, holding companies, the Kielburger family themselves, relatives of the Kielburger family, is incredibly complicated. Some colleagues of Canada Land at other news organizations have been doing a terrific job of beginning the work of untangling all of that, and Canada Land will have some information on that soon, but I hope you'll respect the practice of journalism as such that before we have things completely nailed down, I hesitate to comment here what I wouldn't report through our news organization.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm going to refer to one of your articles where your interview with Charity Intelligence, where they said the fact that the We Group were holding so much real estate debt that was in the terms of short-term on-demand loans was a huge, huge red flag. So my question would be, one, is that unusual for a charity? And do you think that put a lot of financial pressure on the Kielburgers in terms of these short-term real estate debts that they were holding?
Yeah, so I can speak to that because having interviewed Kate Bain of Charity Intelligence, she told Canada Land that she'd never seen anything like this, that she likened the way that We was leveraging itself, the We Charity was leveraging itself to somebody with a credit card with a $10,000 limit who was constantly at $9,500. This was short-term, on-demand loans, revolving debt. And given that the We organization the We Charity was investing so heavily, so rapidly in Toronto real estate, it to her eye as an independent auditor, I believe the phrase was massive red flags were raised as a result of what she saw in their audited financials. And in the audited financials, something popped out at me. The auditor brought up the responsibility of management for assessing the organization's ability to continue as a going concern in light of the breach of these bank covenants 2 years running. And the auditor, the auditor that We Charity chose to audit their financials said that unless management either intends to liquidate the organization or to cease operations or has no realistic alternative but to do so, they must maintain this responsibility to keep this going. This is a very sober warning that was not routine. There was nothing like it in their previous financial statements. And one thing that we did point out in our reporting is that when We Charity was in this seemingly very precarious financial situation, that's when the amount of money flowing out of the charity into Mark and Craig Kielburger's private company increased sharply the last 2 years, up to I think 8%. And then 7% in the last two years. Prior to that, We Charity was moving money to this private company, but at a rate of about 2% of the revenues. When you consider that this is in the neighborhood of a $60 million charity, 7-8% of charitable revenues is a significant amount of money.
Okay, that's very interesting. So we know that they were having to pull money out of the charity into their private corporation. We know that there was defaults on the bank covenants. These red flags are being raised, and then COVID hits, and their business model, which is mass rallies backed by corporate sponsors, is wiped out. I'm wondering if this would have created a financial crisis that precipitated their attempt to go to the government to get a program. So that's the first question. But then the fact that the government agrees to funnel the money through the real estate holding company, would that have been done to stabilize the debts so that they didn't have to liquidate their real estate assets?
To your first question, I think that's a terrific line of inquiry that we are pursuing as well. It's not something I'd speculate on. To your second, I know what you know from the terrific Global News report today, which is that by WE's own description, they set up this other entity, this new entity, for exactly that reason, to limit their liability. I would just add to committee that WE has brought up the impact of the pandemic on their charitable operations. I do not doubt that it was significant. Canada Land has not been able to independently verify that the financial trouble at WE is solely based on the pandemic, and the breach of the bank covenants precede the pandemic.
We will have to move on. Sorry, we're out of time there, Charlie. We're slightly over. Turning then to Mr. Poilievre. There you are. Mr. Poilievre, followed by Ms. Zerowitz. Pierre, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My question is for Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you just cited Global News's report today that the government signed a contribution agreement not with We Charity, as the Prime Minister first claimed, but with the We Foundation, whose sole purpose is real estate holdings. Do you not find this to be spectacularly bizarre?
My opinion of how strange that is not something that I want to offer for the purpose of this committee. I hope you'll appreciate. I prefer to kind of keep my punditry elsewhere and limit myself to my reporting. I think people can come to their own conclusions about whether that is in fact really bizarre.
All right. Well, I've come to mine. So my next question is whether or not you have any speculation as to why the government would direct this kind of a contract to a real estate foundation instead of to the charity itself, and why the Kielburgers would prefer that arrangement.
Again, I'm going to refrain from speculating, Mr. Poilievre. I will note that keeping track of the labyrinthine structure of this organization makes reporting incredibly challenging, not merely because we take accuracy so seriously, but because the We organization has responded aggressively when any critics or journalists have, I think in good faith, confused or conflated Me to We Charity, Free the Children, entities by the same name in different countries that are very different in their makeup. I can understand that referring to a charity as a private company could have an impact on that charity, but the stated internal mission of We to create one brand that encompasses everything, I think absolutely leads to confusion, not only amongst children who the organization engages with as both fundraisers and customers, but to journalists who are attempting to scrutinize and hold accountable this organization.
How many different entities are part of the Kielburger empire?
We are aware of 12 in North America. Some of this is completely, doing NGO work and international development. You must set up separate entities in these countries. So some of this is really understandable, but in Kenya, I believe there's 4 different companies. There's the same issues of assets moving from charities to for-profit companies is something that Canada Land is looking very closely at throughout this kind of global empire of entities.
Do you have any comments or observation on the rapid change of hands of numerous expensive properties in Toronto among the Kielburgers and other members of the We network?
I I won't speculate. My only comment is that when Canada Land inquired about the real estate holdings, the extensive real estate holdings of the Kielburger family, we were told by attorneys both representing Fred and Teresa Kielburger and by the We organization that these are completely separate affairs, and to conflate the two would be a terrible defamation. The We organization has now themselves brought up the Kielburger parents' holdings in their real estate philosophy statement on their website. And the more we learn about the private holdings of the family, the more we discover that they are very much intertwined with the extensive real estate holdings of the charity and of the private for-profit companies of We itself.
Last question, Pierre.
Thank you very much. The We charity originally denied having made any payments to the Trudeau family for speaking fees. So far, we have now, as a result of your reporting, we know that those speaking fees occurred. But what we don't know is how much in expenses, purported or otherwise, the We charity paid for members of the Trudeau family. So I'm not now talking about fees, but expenses to transport Trudeaus from place to place or to cover their accommodation while they are in attendance. Do you have any knowledge of how much that number would be?
No, I know that We Charity has confirmed that they paid for Sophie Gregoire Trudeau's expenses during a trip to the UK. I am aware that media questions have been submitted to the We organization about the exact number. I do not believe that those figures have been disclosed.
Okay, thank you both. Turning to Ms. Zerowitz, followed by Mr. Morantz. Marty, you're up next. Okay, Julie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all four panelists for presenting today. Very grateful. My first question, and it's a quick one to Ms. Senior. Ms. Senior, thank you so much for the amazing work of the Canadian Women's Foundation. I know that you're a champion for many of my smaller organizations in my riding. Because they're so tiny, they tend to work with larger organizations like yourself. One of the questions before the committee has been whether or not it's effective for the federal government to actually be working with nonprofits to actually deliver funding as quickly as possible. And so you've indicated that you've received a certain portion of the $50 million that we've put out in emergency funding for women's shelters and sexual assault organizations. Do you think it was an effective way for us to actually get money out fast to women's shelters and sexual assault organizations is to work with organizations like the Canadian Women's Foundation?
Well, thank you for the question, and I'm happy to actually say I absolutely do think it's efficient. We have been able to, as I said, get the $3 million out to sexual assault centers in a matter of 3 weeks, and so that was quite efficient and effective. And organizations, in their own testimonials, have told us how grateful they've been for that. And the additional $10 million, we've been able to provide that funding. We've funded, I believe the number today is 245 organizations through this, and we've made the process simple and effective with very little paperwork, as would be the usual non-COVID way of working. And it's been effective. So we were able to get that out. So once an organization would fill out their form, within 2 business days, we would get that to them. So that was very, very effective and efficient on our part. And we were.
Ms. Senior, sorry to cut you off. I have 3 more questions, but I just want to say thank you so much, and thanks for getting that money out. And thank you for helping the organizations in my riding as well. My next question is for Ms. Krause. Ms. Krause, and I want to make sure that I have this right, so please confirm this. You indicated that we has shared data to the Liberal Party in 2015 in order to help the Liberal Party target ridings to win. Did I get that right? You have to put your microphone on. Microphone on, microphone on. There you go.
I said I wrote a letter last week to we asking what they did with the data. And I asked them, do you give it to your corporate partners? Do you give it to political parties? Do you give it to anyone working on political campaigns? I asked them, what do you do with the data?
So Ms. Krause, no, you had said that there's one source that had indicated to you that that there was data shared by we to the Liberal Party in order to help them target ridings to win. Did you not say that?
But I have no evidence of that. I was just told that. I don't have any documentation.
Okay, no, Ed, I'm sorry. I do have some other questions. I just want to make sure I had that right. And I was going to ask you whether or not you had any proof, just because it's very difficult to leave those questions out there hanging. Yes. And so, to be honest, if my question to you was there any proof? And so you've indicated that you don't have any proof on that. And I appreciate you indicating that. My next question is to Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, your organization, Global Medic, is very well known, and thank you for your extraordinary work around the world and also nationally. You've indicated that the biggest loser of the Canada Student Summer Student Service Grant Program has been students, and that we as a government need to do better as a program. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't agree with you more. I know our Prime Minister has said that our students are the biggest loser in terms of everything that's transpired around this Canada Student Grant Program. I guess my key thing to you is, I know that when we were launching all these programs, perfection, we often said perfection can't be the enemy of the good. And we were rolling out a number of things very, very quickly. And we're going to start seeing that we've made some mistakes. And in some cases, we did things really great and very fast and very efficient. And in other cases, that wasn't the case. And so I just want to say to you, thank you for your excellent suggestions. I think that we're all looking right now for to our public service to see what we can salvage of the program and how we can actually move forward on it. And can I just assume that you've made some recommendations? The document that you sent us, are those recommendations inside that document?
They are, but I would like to respond to your comment.
Sure.
Yeah. So first of all, the government's doing its best. I understand that, and you have great intentions in getting programs out. The concerns that I'm raising are about efficacy and doing things better, because we're in the long haul of a fight here. We're not at the end. We're not at the end of this fight, and chances are your government will be programming more money. So if we can make that additional money more effective and do a better job with it, then we'll help more Canadians. The biggest loser definitely is the students, and what I really want to know is, how are we going to be able to put more students into our gymnasiums with schools where they can pack more aid so we can drive costs down and help more shelters, right, and deliver more hygiene kits out to certainly some of the shelters that Paulette's group helped. So I do respect that, we're doing our best and we're trying, and I'm glad that you're admitting that some mistakes have happened, and I'm so hopeful that we can put politics aside for just a second and say, how are we going to do more better to help the folks that really need it? And I have given you a lot of suggestions there, but I think the greatest suggestion would be dealing directly with charities and just infusing funds directly in. Like, if you just underwrote our human resources or our rent or basic, operations costs, we could liberate funds to just go ahead and target the work that needs to get done. And those programs aren't really on the table right now because of the wage subsidy doesn't really apply to us. And I know we've opened that up, but there are better ways and direct ways of dealing with our very efficient public service to do that.
Okay, thank you both. We are substantially over. That document that you sent in, Mr. Singh, will be translated and sent out to members, just so you know that. Turning then to Mr. Morantz, followed by Mr. Fragiskatis. Marty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with Ms. Krause. Boy, what we've heard so far, it just sounds like such a swamp and a quagmire. It's hard to see through it all. And I just don't know that we'll get to the bottom of it actually through these committee meetings at the end of the day. But I wanted to ask you, Canadians at the very least deserve that their government respects their taxpayers' dollars. With we, it appears we have a situation that was in breach of its obligations to its bankers. Before, this was all information that was available. I saw the financial statements on their website, 2018 statement. Mm-hmm. It was public information. Anyone in the public service could have seen it. That alone should have preempted the awarding of this contract. Companies under financial duress. There's loans that need to be repaid. Virtually their entire board just resigned. That alone should have preempted the awarding of this agreement. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance had obvious conflicts of interest. That alone should have preempted the awarding of this agreement. We is not even a registered lobbyist and yet had major access to high up government officials. Huge red flag. Craig Kielburger is a member of the Leaders Debates Commission at the same time as he's putting out campaign style ads featuring the Prime Minister. I don't even know how to describe that. It just seems like such a huge conflict. Again, that alone should have preempted the awarding of this contract. The relationship between the government and the Kielburgers was so close, it was bound to raise questions about an almost $1 billion program being turned over to them. Any neutral observer of these facts, and these aren't all of the facts, would have to come to the conclusion that this is just not an honest use of taxpayers' dollars. So I guess what my preamble is quite lengthy, but I wanted to give you a little more time because you said in your opening statement you could use a little more time. Just like, why would the government do this? They must have recognized all of these red flags. What would be any other reason that they would actually plow ahead and do this?
Well, that's the big question here: is why? Why all these red flags, and why were they all ignored? And that's what got me looking into this. And there's one issue that we haven't talked about yet, and that's the elections activism of we, okay? So in the 2015 election, for example, they authored an op-ed in the Globe and Mail urging youth to get out and vote. And if you watch their videos, you'll see, for example, little button that, you know, I voted today, right? They're inserting the imagery of young people voting as part of being a good person, right? As part of the brand of the We movement. We're people who vote, right? We have the little vote button. Even last fall in the 2019 election, we hosted a federal election debate viewing party. So this organization very clearly is about getting out the youth vote. So the question is, you know, does that factor into any of the reasons why they got this money? I don't have the answer, but my hope in coming to the committee is that what I've shared will, and of course what others have shared too. Jesse brought up many important points. I hope that this will help the committee to identify the right questions. Because if you're asking the wrong question, it doesn't really matter what the answer is. And I think right now there's been too much discussion on the speaking fees of the Trudeau family and the Morneau family, you know, affiliations. I personally, it doesn't make sense to me that would have been the reason for a $1 billion contract. It just doesn't make sense. But what does make sense is that, in fact, we is part of the Liberal Party election machine. That makes a lot more sense. So what I'm suggesting is that the committee, when you have my understanding from Twitter is that the Kielburgers are going to come and testify. So I think they should answer the question, yes or no. Do you provide data or information to any political party?
And you mentioned you had written a letter to them asking that very question. When did you send that letter?
Last week.
Last week. So if the answer was no, it would have been simple just to reply no.
In fairness to them, I think they've probably been under a lot of pressure lately. And, you know, there's a lot of big brands. I think the most nervous people these days must be the people in the boards of the Royal Bank and TELUS and Nordstrom and Ford Motors and all these big brands that have given we literally, you know, tens of millions of dollars. There's one more point I want to mention that hasn't been raised with regards to their financials. And that's that on the expenditures, more than half of their expenditures, okay, this is, you know, well over $200 million, more than half of their total expenditures are unspecified. That's 52%. And another 11% is the fair market value of donated goods. So right there, that's 2/3 of their expenditures. And because they don't provide consolidated financial statements, there's no way of knowing whether that expenditure is just paying back and forth between the various entities.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry,
I go to. Do I have one quick one for Mr. Brown? No.
We're really out of time. We're
right.
over. Sorry
Okay,
about that, Marty.
That's all right. Thank you.
Ms. Krause, on this, I do have to come in here. Corporate donations, whether in money or in services in kind, were abolished in 2003. Have you checked with the Elections Canada? Because if there was donations in kind or in money for a corporation, that is entirely illegal. And I do think we had to be very, very careful at this committee. I know what you say at committee is you're immune from being charged. If you said something in public, you could be challenged by legal counsel. So, do you have any evidence that there's been donations to the Liberal Party in kind or in service? You said it was part of the Liberal Party election machine. That's a very, very serious charge.
But let's clarify that there are many ways to be part of the election machine of any political party without making a cash donation. And in fact, the way elections are run these days, it's the in-kind donations that are making the biggest impact. You know, something as simple as a tweet from Barack Obama in the last election. Okay, so it's not just about cash. I would also like, if I may mention, Mr. Easter, I testified to your committee a year ago, the 6th of May, and in that testimony I mentioned that I was concerned about how the political activity audits of charities had been handled. I mentioned that the CRA had audited 42 charities. 41 out of 42 were not compliant. When Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was elected, he suspended those audits, rewrote the law, and the audits were finalized with the retroactively rewritten law. I think that in light of this We Charity issue, we need to know who were the audited charities. Is We one of them? Is We Charity one of the charities that was under audit?
There is no question. There is no question, Ms. Krause. We need to get to the bottom of this. But some of the speculation injures parties, injures reputations, and I want us to stick at this committee hearing as close to fact. I don't care whether it's the Liberal Party, the NDP, or the Conservative Party, or the Bloc Québécois. Speculation is not what we want to see. We want to get close to the facts. So I'll turn to Mr. Fragiskatis. Mr. Fragiskatis.
May I make one more very important point?
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. I think we're now delving into stuff that is not to do with our committee. These are side issues, and I think you asked a good question, but we need to allow the members to be asking questions.
That is correct. Mr. Fragiskatis, thank you, Charlie. Mr. Fragiskatis, 5 minutes. Followed by Ms. Goodrow it was, but I guess Mr. Fortin now, one or the other. Mr. Fragiskatis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would just add to that the advocacy that gets covered here is interesting. Trying to connect dots that don't exist. It's perfectly legitimate to ask questions, but when we are tying the advocacy around youth voting to the political machine of political parties in this country, I think that's reaching a bit far, to put it politely. I do want to focus my questions to the Canadian Women's Foundation, though. Ms. Senior, thank you very much for your testimony. Could you just go once more into the nature of the contribution agreement that you have at the present time with the Government of Canada?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Paliev.
It has been your practice that if a member of the committee makes a comment related to one of the witnesses, that the witness get the chance to respond. So while Mr. Fragiskatos' question to the other witness should obviously get a response. I think Ms. Kraus should have the chance to defend herself and at least respond to Mr. Fragiskatos' comment.
We will let her in following the response to where he directed the question. I usually do that. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So as I said earlier, we've been provided with 2 separate agreements with the government in response to COVID. One was the first that was done in April, which was $3 million. And with the exception of Quebec, that was dealt with separately, we were able to distribute funds to sexual assault centers across the country, which was about $3 million to do that. We did that within 3 weeks. And then the second, as I said, was $10 million. We have several hundred organizations that we're going to be distributing that to. And we've already gone about 2/3 or thereabouts in terms of the distribution across the country.
Thank you very much.
Peter, I will let Ms. Kraus have a 20-second response to what you suggested as well. Go ahead, Ms. Kraus.
Something about the awarding of this $1 billion contract to We Charity just does not make sense. And we need to find out why this was done. When one considers the Hollywood-style advertisements, the video promos of Prime Minister and the elections meetings, the vote stickers and all the other things, the question needs to be asked, even if it's an uncomfortable one. It's a fair one. And lastly, Mr. Minister, if I may mention, just an important point here. After I testified to your committee a year ago,
I am going back to Mr. Fragiskatos. Go ahead, Mr. Fragiskatos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Senior, once again, can you tell me a bit about the process that led up to the signing of the contribution agreement? What was it about the Canadian Women's Foundation that you put forward in terms of the ability of the organization to be well positioned to carry out the contribution agreement, to reach out to the various organizations that you've been reaching out to throughout this experience of COVID-19. You must have an incredible network and incredible reach as an organization. My guess would be that would be one of the key reasons that was behind your organization being chosen, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, what we did a couple of things because we realized the impact of the pandemic on the fundraising activities that would have been happening right there in the spring. And so it was important for us to first reach out to our grantees and start gathering feedback. What was their experience? And I mentioned some of those in terms of immediate decrease and of their fundraising dollars, and also the inability to know whether or not they could keep going, how long they could keep going. And so we were able to turn that around very quickly to be able to share that with government. We were able to then demonstrate that with 30 years of granting and building a network of women's organizations, we had the ability and capability and capacity to be able to put money right in the hands of women's organizations to support women in the country. So that's the reputation that we build over the years, and that's why the government actually decided to work with us on this.
Last question, Mr. Peter.
Thank you very much. And I highlighted the phrase that you used, that you were able to pivot quickly to provide funding to gender-based organizations across Canada. Organizations dealing with gender-based violence, of course. So that stood out. Mr. Chair, I guess I'm running out of time quickly, but I did want to put something to Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, you said that charities, and I highlighted it here specifically, writing it out, charities ought to, in your view, deal directly with the public service. But is it unreasonable to perhaps suggest that COVID-19 is a particular unique context that would allow for the consideration of contribution agreements? And we've heard already from Ms. Senior now about the efficacy of such contribution agreements. When we have a public service that's seized with responding to COVID-19, doesn't it make sense to look at contribution agreements such as the ones that the government has signed with the Canadian Women's Foundation, with the Red Cross, with the Food Banks of Canada? I know no process is going to be perfect, but it's not unreasonable that we've seen the government go in this direction.
To the question, Peter.
It's just a question about the reasonability of using contribution agreements in a crisis situation.
Mr. Singh?
Yeah, you're not wrong in using the contribution agreements. That's fine, but you have to evaluate the efficacy of the contribution agreements. And frankly, Peter, you've just proven my point. You've given Ms. Senior's group $13 million, $3 million, which she's programmed, and she's just told you she's 2/3 of the way through the $10 million. When you calculate the amount of time it's taken, and I'm sure she's done an effective job with it in getting aid to their network, but it proves the point. It's going to their network. It's not going to outside agencies that may be doing really good work, so that there's people on the outside looking in, not getting those funds. The other thing to consider now is she's talking about 13 million. I'm talking about 350 million to 3 parties as opposed to 13 million to 1. Respectfully, if we had gone on an approach to multiple parties to do multiple contribution agreements, perhaps regional, perhaps sectoral, I would say you would have a better value for money. The public service could have done that. If you take the approach of using multiple ways of doing this, so contribution agreements plus innovative funds plus regional response funds, and this is all in the document that I presented to you, you would have a better holistic approach to help Canadians in need. I'm not saying what you've done is horrible, what you've done is good, but it could be better.
Okay, we'll have to end it there. I would like to get to 5 more questions. We'll start with Mr. Fortin, then Mr. Angus, then Mr. Cumming, then Mr. Biddle, and Ms. May. Mr. Fortin, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, what we've just heard, 300 million for 3 parties? Are we talking about political parties, or are we talking about 3 different groups of people? What were we referring to exactly?
You're directing that to Mr. Singh, I assume, the 350 million, Mr. Fortin? Yeah, Mr. Singh?
Oui, c'est ça. On parlait de 3 partis. Alors, est-ce qu'on parlait de partis politiques?
So are we talking about political parties or entities, separate entities?
No, in April, the government announced $350 million to be programmed by 3 charities: the Red Cross, the United Way, which is called Centraide in Quebec.
Okay, and, 3 entités, ça va. C'était la
3 entities. That's what I was seeking. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Singh. I didn't wish to interrupt you. Sorry. So I have questions for Ms. Krause, please. Yes? From your testimony, I've picked up on a few things. For instance, the sharing of information that would be confidential, and I'm concerned by that. Do you have sources that you can identify? You may not be able to identify all of your sources, documentary or others, but anything that would support your testimony as to the information related to we? Yes, absolutely, says Ms. Krause. I will send to you all these documents, all these tables, all calculations. I will send that to the committee, and I will also publish it on my blog. Thank you. But can you tell us, at this time, can you quote articles or speak to financial documents you may have? Yes, the documents I've used are the income tax returns, be it in Canada or in the USA. So this is for Allstate, Unilever, Microsoft, KPMG, all of that is available. But any personal information that the We Charity might have and that could share with organizations such as Microsoft, do you have any documents on that? We Charity calls on students, their phone numbers, their emails. This information could be sold to sponsors of We Charity. If you read the letter I sent, you'll see the questions I'm asking. They're saying there are restrictions that they're abiding by, but they're also saying that they're sharing information in certain circumstances. And they make the data anonymous. They consolidate it, they roll it up, so to speak. So in the letter that I sent a week ago, I put the question to We Charity, what do you do with all this data? And why do you have such a detailed policy? Obviously, it was drafted by a lawyer. So, as I said, it's a very elaborate policy. Thank you. You've been following We Charity for a while now, if I heard right. How long? I've been following this organization for some 6 years now, way before the elections of 2015. And as part of your regular duties, I understand you're a researcher and a writer. Did you do any research having to do with all organizations tied to We Charity? If I understood correctly, you're asking me whether I've done any research. Well, let me be more specific. We know we have We Charity, we have We Charity Foundation, Me Too We. There are many others, maybe 4 or 5 or even more entities that are tied to We. Have you explored the links between these different groups and how they're related to We? Yes, I have somewhat. I've compared the name of the board of directors in Canada and in the USA. Do you have that report? All of that information I will provide to the committee. Thank you so very much for that.
Over. Mr. Angus will give you about 4.5 minutes as well at that rate. Then go ahead, Charlie. Followed by Mr. Cumming.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We learned today that the government of Canada signed a $900 million deal with a real estate holding company with no track record, just established, no history, no involvement in the charitable sector. And so why this agreement was signed and the due diligence must have been done by the finance minister's office to put this money through a real estate holding company, I find very, very troubling. Mr. Brown, I'd like to go back to you about the concerns that were raised by Charity Intelligence. I saw that we had written a very aggressive rebuttal to Charity Intelligence, but they did not talk about Charity Intelligence's comments on the real estate deals. The fact that there were short-term on-demand loans with the banks that were causing a number of red flags. I'm not any kind of forensic auditor, but a lawyer suggested to me that if you sign a deal through the real estate holding company, it would certainly stabilize the Kielburgers' real estate holdings with the bank, because they could say, look at the agreement we have. Would you suggest that this massive influx of money from the federal government would help the Kielburger operation maintain their real estate assets at this time of financial crisis?
Mr. Angus, again, we're well outside of what our reporting has covered. I know that the We organization themselves have said that they established this new entity in order to limit their liability, and I can't imagine that they would do anything that if it was not in their interests. I think if I can suggest something to committee, it is that these are very, very complicated dealings, and given the amount of public money involved, given the amount of charitable money raised by Canadians involved, Canadaland was happy to dedicate resources to breaking this story. Other journalists and organizations like Kate Baines, when we look into these things and try to make sense of them, which we're doing with everything we have, we are assuming the liability with an organization that aggressively protects its reputation, makes legal threats, and has a history of saying things to the media that are simply not true. I wonder at what point there are other authorities that might ask these questions, that might have powers to procure information that, as an independent journalist, I do not have.
Thank you for that. Mr. Singh, you say that you have a number of students ready to go. You've been waiting 6 weeks for a response. What I find concerning in terms of just besides the financial deals with we organization, but that we had 2 months from April till the end of June when this program was announced to get this set up. And we've been told by the government again and again, they were the only people who could do it. They had all the skills, they were set to go. And yet when the deal was announced, they couldn't, between the government and they couldn't seem to take even the smallest amount of scrutiny before everybody panicked and bolted. And there was no program in place. In that 2 months, it should have been easy for the government to step in because we have tens of thousands of students across the country waiting for work. We have organizations ready to work. Why do you think an organization like yours is still sitting waiting for students when we're now coming to the almost, the 3/4 mark of July and halfway through the summer?
Thanks for the question. I mean, I'm going to try and bide my tongue here. I think feel free to speak, my friend. Feel free to speak. I think there's some inefficiency in process. And when I was talking about programming too much big money through big partners and offloading liability from government by saying, listen, simply we program the money in April because like people like yourself can come back and say, how come that money is still not out? How come it's not to charities, which is the case in that $350 million grant? One of them is woefully undersubscribed. One of the partners have come back to us and even said, we've gotten approval on the Red Cross grant. However, they're telling us, we haven't gotten the money yet as of last week, but they're telling us to reapply. So if a fund is woefully unsubscribed, it tells you that there's a problem in program design. So I think the program design of that was inefficient and improper, and hopefully will be changed for the next rollout. The program design of this bursary program is poorly designed. You have the issue of this $10 an hour bursary thing that concerned us, and we raised our concerns on it. And when we wrote to government, we said, listen, why don't you try starting pilots with us, right? Like we can put a few hundred kids across the GTA, get them doing the things that you want, which is, packing these food aid kits and getting them out to communities that need them and really providing good value for money. Because respectfully, Charlie, I can make a bag of Saskatchewan grown green peas for 48 cents. You can't buy that in Walmart for less than $2, which means every dollar that comes in through us is literally 4 times the amount in aid going out. Like that's really good value for money. So if we started small, and we put these students in, which is the offering that we gave them initially, and certainly the offering that we went with we would at least have these students benefiting and helping us to help other folks. And it frustrates me to no end because I've got some young people that we've recruited who ask us every day, are we going to get the bursary? And I don't know. I hope the government will honor its commitment. Sorry, Chair, I'll just finish up quickly. Yeah. But I'm so hopeful that you as a committee will help us get this thing kick-started because I don't want the kids to be the losers. And I'm very hopeful that as a government, we're going to work together to do better and more efficient programming so we don't waste taxpayer dollar and we get more aid to people that need it.
Well, thank you for that.
Sorry, Charlie, we're out of time. We'll have to go tight in 5 minutes for the next 3, Mr. Cumming, Mr. Biddle, and Ms. Gray. Mr. Cumming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brown, in your research that you're doing for your reporting, were you able to find out, the Kielburgers are obviously very involved with all their the raft of companies that they have. In fact, they've submitted at least 2 proposals to the government on programs that they thought that the government should be involved with. But I find it curious that the Kielburgs are listed as founders and not as directors of the charity. Have you done any research on that, or is there any reporting on that?
I'm aware that expert analysts have cited that that classification of the Kielburgers within the charity, in effect, relieves them of certain responsibilities and accountability. They're founders but not directors, and there are certain benefits to that.
The financials for 2019, so they changed their year end to August 2018, and then 2019, the financials are available. I had trouble finding them. They're not listed on their website, so they haven't released those results on their website. Any idea why they aren't more public? And normally they've, within 6 months of your year end, you're supposed to list, which I think they did with CRA, but no public disclosure, particularly on their site.
I can't explain their motives, but I will say that getting information from the WE organization, and specifically getting the information that you were asking for, we Canada Land did receive copious information throughout our investigations from the WE organization, much of it completely irrelevant to the questions we were asking, much of it redundant, and sometimes not even grazing on the questions that we were asking. I know that Charity Intelligence had trouble getting certain disclosures from the WE organization, and I know that they felt that the changing of how they were reporting the fiscal year made the job of auditing difficult. And another thing that we reported is that the firm that the WE Charity has hired for years to audit their financials does not audit any other charity, which is something that Charity Intelligence found very strange and surprising, especially for a charity of this size.
Thank you for that. And this contribution agreement, which was signed, now we find out with a real estate holding company that was just put together. My understanding is that all three directors are non-arm's length, and they're all employees of WE Charity. Strikes me as a bit unusual that that there wouldn't be governance in place other than insiders.
Yeah, I can speak to that because Canada Land reported questions about the chief financial officer, both of Me to We and of WE Charity, and I believe, and Victor Lee is also the CFO and involved at the high level of other affiliated organizations. That's strange, and the CFO of a charity answers to different masters than the CFO of a private company. In addition to that, when asked on the WE website, Victor Lee, what qualifies you for the role you have here, he said he's a certified accountant in 4 different countries. Canada Land could find no record of his credentials in the United Kingdom, in the United States, in China. We asked the WE organization if they could provide those credentials for Victor Lee, and they did not.
Did you find anything in your reporting or in your investigation that would indicate that WE Charity or any of these WE groups would have the capacity to execute a program this size? So if you take to the upper level of $40 million, give or take, that is over 2/3 of what their annual expenditures would be. I can't for the life of me find anywhere that would indicate that this charity would have the capacity to deliver a $900 million program, other than they have a large Facebook following.
Mr. Cumming, I'm no expert on charities' capacities, but the facts are what they are. This is an organization that had just laid off the majority, hundreds of its workers. This was an organization that had the entirety, save one individual, of its Canadian board and American boards either resign or were replaced. This is an organization that was in breach of its bank covenants, and this is an organization that was divesting from some of its international development projects. And it was an organization that at the best of times was used to running $60 million in that range of programming. This would be more than 10 times that. So those are the facts.
Wayne, you're muted. I take it you're cutting me off.
I was cutting you off, James. Thank you, James. Thank you both. Turning to Mr. Biddle and Ms. May will wrap it up. Mr. Biddle.
Much, Mr. Chair. I guess my first question is to Mr. Brown. I found it unusual when I wasn't expected to be here until the last minute, but I found it unusual when I saw that a reporter was agreeing to testify at a committee. I've only seen it once in my 5 years, and it was Paul Wells who had firsthand experience leading a debate, and we were looking into a debates commission. What expertise are you providing? Journalists tell stories based on other people's information and sources that, and I respect that they can't be released, but what expertise are you actually bringing to the table beyond what you've reported based on other people's stories?
Mr. Biddle, I'm here at the invitation of the committee of which you are a part of today. I have agreed to come here and share the reporting that myself and my colleagues have done, which others did not, over the past 5 years. I am constraining myself to facts that we have verified and reported because the people who fund our journalism, Canadians who want these things to be reported and known, also want these facts to be known by other Canadians. We're not a news organization where people buy exclusive access to information. We're a news organization where the people who fund us want our legislators to know what we have verified so they can make informed decisions, and they want their fellow Canadians to know. And I'm here, as I said at the beginning, in that spirit.
Well, it's clear that people do want to know, and that's you've brought forward information that has led to this committee. But what you're telling me is that you're bringing no additional expertise. That this is hearsay based on your reporting.
Excuse me.
No. This is my time. We don't interrupt each other here, Mr. Brown.
I'll give you time, Mr. Brown. Go ahead, Chris.
You're reporting based on other people's based on sources. You're providing information. It's not to say it's inaccurate. Hearsay isn't necessarily inaccurate. I'm using it as a legal term, but you're providing us no firsthand expertise based on what you're reporting, but that's based on other people's information that has been provided to you.
Mr. Brown.
As I have stated, I am here presenting journalism that is the result of 5 years of investigation. It is both based on, yes, absolutely, the accounts of over 24 people who've worked for the We organization. It's based on copious documentation. It's based on the statements of the We organization itself, which itself alleges that there was fraud and embezzlement in their Kenya operation. And when I've asked to give, been asked by other legislators here to provide opinions or expert commentary, I have made explicitly clear I'm a journalist, I'm a member of the independent press. I am not here as an expert on charities. I'm here representing facts that we have reported.
Thank you so much.
Coming back to you, Chris, but just Ms. Krause, you're not muted, and your sound's coming through sometimes.
Well, that's okay. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question of Ms. Krause.
Okay, go ahead.
You've stated on your website that you're not a member of a political party, but I've noticed a lot of tweets or some tweets in favor of Peter MacKay and his campaign, including most recently on July 17th. Did you ask your followers, I'm curious, what are your reasons for not supporting Peter MacKay? And as a former Conservative staffer and someone I think who was dropped from a recent conference because they were too political, aren't you really closely tied to the Conservative Party with your research and your speaking and your advocacy?
Ms. Krause.
Mr. Chairperson, do you find that a relevant question?
Well, given the comments earlier, I think it is.
That's not.
How can I answer that? I have no political affiliation. I hardly think that tweet was a favor to Peter MacKay, seeing as it just generated a whole ton of negative tweets about him. It was quite an objective question. The reason I asked it was a follow-up on a poll I did. I've tweeted at political leaders of all parties. I've contacted politicians of all parties. And I'm available to talk to anyone of any political party. I think the issue that we have in front of us should not be of concern only to one political party. It should be of concern to all Canadians.
Okay, last question, Mr. Biddle.
Why were you dropped as a keynote speaker in a business communications conference in Alberta back in October 2019?
At my blog, there's a long explanation. You're welcome to read it.
Well, I asked you the question.
I think that what they did was absolutely terrible. And I think it was.
They dropped you because you were too political, isn't that the case?
Mr. Biddle, we'll allow Ms. Krause to answer the question, and then we'll go on to Ms. May. Ms. Krause, floor is yours.
Just to sum it up, there's been a long, intensive effort to discredit me. And I think that the disinviting me to that particular conference was part of that effort. If you want the details, go to my blog. It's all written up.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Krause. We'll now go to Ms. May to wrap it up. And just for your information, Ms. Krause, I do remember your your testimony before the Committee on Pre-Budget Consultations on Charities, and I thought it was valuable information at that time. Ms. May.
How many minutes do I have, Mr.
You
Chair?
have 4 minutes is all I can give you. Sorry.
Thank you very much. No, that's fine. I will say to pick up on the controversy we were just having between Ms. Krause. You should mute yourself, Ms. Krause, because I'm going to ask a question for someone else. And Mr. Biddle, just to correct the record, Ms. Krause has never contacted the Green Party of Canada, and I don't believe in attacking witnesses, so I'll say nothing more about Ms. Krause. I do want to say, Mr. Brown, that your research, I made the mistake once of doubting your journalism. I regretted it. You're an excellent researcher, and I think we should find things that you put forward in Canada Land likely to be verified and based on sound research. My question, though, I think we can try to get at some facts about the contract, and for that I want to turn to Mr. Singh and Global Medic. I'd really appreciate your evidence, and I'm wondering, Mr. Singh, you've talked about the offering you made to WE. This may be in the statement that was distributed in writing that I don't have, so forgive me if I'm asking you something you've already shared with the committee. When did you first start discussing with the WE organization the possibility of Global Medic being involved in this project? Had you ever partnered with the WE organization in the past?
Thanks for the question, Ms. May. Number one, we started asking government to let us be part of this program back in April, and we heard nothing, and I explained to you the steps we took with that. On June 15th, we received an email from the WE organization asking us if we'd be interested. On the 17th of June, we had a conference call with the with members from the WE organization. They were quite competent, and they explained to us the process. They told us about what they could offer to us, which was $100,000 for X amount of positions, and the case would be 400. I will say that with one party making $43.5 million and one party making $100,000, we should really evaluate the fairness of deals like that. I'm not going to speak on record on committee about what I can say about that, but that's the extent of it. We have a MOU that we signed, which was clearly backed by the Canadian government based on a lot of the language, and we'd open these positions up and said, okay, let's hold back of the 400 positions. We want to keep 50 for people that we've already recruited internally and open it up to 350 of the students that they had recruited or were coming in. And unfortunately, this now, took apart or fell apart. And we're still hoping to get more students through. And I'm still hoping those students get their bursaries.
So you have a written contract, but it's with the WE organization, not with the federal government. So the young people who have been accepted in your program as volunteers are in limbo, as I understand it. Have you gone back to any of the Government of Canada agencies that were behind, particularly Service Canada or ESDC, and said, look, we have this contract with WE organization, they've withdrawn from the project. Where do our students stand now? Where do these positions stand now?
We have. We've gone back to Minister Chagger's office, and to their credit, they were very quick in responding. A director of policy or a director of stakeholder responded and said that the government, ESDC, was going to take over and would be in touch. Now, it's been a few weeks. No one's contacted us. I'm hoping that the committee will, get someone in touch with us, because every day we have a missed opportunity for a lot of students that we could be helping a lot of students and create ancillary beneficiaries from the programs that we're running.
That's my time. I thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. May, and thank you to all the witnesses for coming. Sometimes we have a little tense question and answers at this committee, but that's fine. It's all part of the political process. Nothing personal intended. So with that, I want to thank all the witnesses for taking the time. And for those that sent us documents, they will be sent to committee members. So thank you once again, and we will suspend for about 2 minutes and come back for a panel with the Minister of Finance and officials. So meeting suspended. The meeting. Welcome to meeting number 43. This will be the second panel of the House Standing Committee on Finance. We are meeting today on government spending, the WE charity, and Canada Student Services grants. Today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. During this session, we have the Minister of Finance here and officials from the Finance Department, and I understand, I believe officials from the Finance Department will be here for the following the Minister's first hour. I would say to committee, normally we try and hold the Minister to usually 5 minutes, and sometimes allow them 10. The Minister has asked for a little more time, 10 or 12 minutes for his opening statement, but is willing to stay for the normal amount of questions, which would be 55 minutes. So, Minister, with that, we will start with you. Go to your opening statement, and then we'll go to our series of questions. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me that extra amount of time. I do want to make sure that my remarks today give a complete understanding of the issue we're discussing. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the Canada Student Service Grant, the now canceled contribution agreement with the WE organization to administer this program, and my personal involvement with the organization. I'm here today to speak to these matters and provide answers to questions that you may have. I first came to know the WE organization when I became the Member of Parliament for Toronto Centre, where they have their headquarters. I attended numerous student events at their offices and came to understand and appreciate their work on behalf of Canadians, both in Canada and abroad. My daughter Claire spoke at WE events, among other venues, about her book documenting the lives of refugee girls. She was never compensated for any of her speeches. All of the proceeds from the book she wrote went to provide university education for refugee girls. Grace, who joined our family from Uganda in 2010 and who we've raised as our daughter, worked as an unpaid co-op student at the WE organization in February and March 2019 while pursuing a community development degree at university. After graduation, in July 2019, she was hired for a 1-month position with WE, and then after that was offered a 1-year contract as an administrative assistant in their travel department. That contract concludes at the end of August this year. In the summer of 2017, my wife and my daughter Claire traveled to Kenya to learn about WE school projects. Later that same year, I traveled with my family to Ecuador to see and participate in WE's humanitarian work there. In recent days, our family has conducted a review of our personal records, and we found documentation to confirm our payment of expenses for these 2 trips, including flight and personal hotel costs of approximately $52,000. However, we were unable to locate receipts for any expenses related to WE programming, including accommodation. This was to my surprise. Yesterday, I asked my assistant to reach out to the WE organization regarding these trips and for them to provide me with the amount of total expenses incurred. Today, I wrote a check in payment of $41,366. I expected and always had intended to pay the full cost of these trips, and it was my responsibility to make sure that was done. Not doing so, even unknowingly, is not appropriate. I want to apologize for this error on my part. My practice has always been to personally pay for expenses incurred in my role as finance minister whenever I've believed there to be any perception of potential personal benefit. The error this time, even though I was not traveling in my role as minister, should not have happened. I can also confirm that my family made 2 significant donations to the WE organization, each for $50,000. My wife made one in April 2018 to support students in Canada, and another one in June of this year to support COVID-19 relief in Kenya and in Canada. The work that we and organizations like them do is important to me. For over a decade, my family has been passionate about education efforts in Africa and in Canada. After our family sponsored Grace to come to Canada for her education, and before I ran for office, our family led the development of a girls' school in Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. And over the last 3 years, our family has personally committed over $1 million to help refugee students from Kenya continue their education here in Canada. As I've stated previously, I participated in deliberations on the Canada Student Service Grant Program. I do not believe I had a conflict, although I fully recognize that there are legitimate questions about the perception of a conflict. In hindsight, I should have recused myself from discussions involving the WE organization, and I will do so in the future. Most of all, I regret that not recusing myself has delayed this important support for young Canadians. Again, I want to apologize for any mistakes I've made in this situation. I'm sorry that they've occurred. Comme je l'ai dit précédemment,
as I said before, I participated in the Canada Student Service Grant. I did not believe I was in conflict, even though I realized that legitimate questions can be raised.
Can you switch your little interpretation thing that looks like a globe down there to French when you're speaking French, because both languages come through at the same level? We love to hear your voice, but we want to hear what it says in the other language. Okay.
Je m'excuse.
I'm sorry. As I said before, I participated in the deliberations and the discussions surrounding the Canada Student Service Grant. I don't believe I was in conflict, even though I do recognize that there can be legitimate questions about the perception of conflict. In hindsight, I believe I should have recused myself, and that is what I will do in the future. I particularly regret not having recused myself means that this has slowed down the program for young Canadians. Once again, I apologize for the errors that I made in this situation. I'm very sorry that this has happened.
Formally asked the Ethics Commissioner to review this information. Je m'excuse. Excuse me. Earlier today, I formally asked the Ethics Commissioner to review this information as part of his examination. In order to provide this committee with an understanding of my role in the development and administration of the Canada Student Service Grant, I'd like to provide you with a timeline of events. Since early March, our government has been working to roll out Canada's largest peacetime investment, and doing so at a speed and a scale to meet the rapidly evolving nature of this crisis. We've worked to deliver a comprehensive set of over 70 different measures that are delivering targeted support to meet the needs of millions of Canadians. La Bourse Canadienne.
The Canada Student Service Grant was part of this broad program of support for young people that included some 10 programs representing some $9 billion of support. There was also the Canada Student Benefit, another initiative to double the Canada Student Bursary. These are part of the many decisions that I have taken, financial decisions, since the outset of the pandemic, to react very rapidly, to provide support for workers, for the older people in Canada, for the Aboriginal, Indigenous communities, and others.
I would like to take the committee in detail through how this particular decision was approached by myself, my office, and officials to the best of my knowledge. In early April, shortly after we'd finished rolling out a broad range of supports, including the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the CERB, our government began to think about the next set of challenges that lay ahead for Canadians. Our government recognized that post-secondary students were about to complete their school year and would be needing opportunities over the course of the summer. Opportunities that would help them pay for tuition and living expenses during the school year, but also opportunities for invaluable skill-building experiences. This pandemic hit just while they were beginning their lives. My colleagues and I knew that we had to do something to make sure their dreams weren't derailed and that they could continue to pursue their education. Most of all, Canada's in the midst of a national crisis, and our government recognized that students could play an important role in supporting Canada's extraordinary response to this pandemic. On the evening of April 5th, I had a call with the Prime Minister to discuss these and other issues. We identified the need to consider measures to support students and discussed how the Canada Service Corps and Canada Summer Jobs Program were areas of possible policy work to address this need. I spent that night thinking in detail about this issue. The next morning, I tasked my officials and my ministerial team to begin engaging across government and brainstorm different options to support students. My office and Department of Finance officials began working with other government departments to develop these ideas and to reach out to youth organizations in order to get a better sense of the challenges that the young people they serve were facing. On April 7th, the WE organization was one of at least a dozen organizations that were contacted as part of this engagement effort. In the days following my office's initial conversation with WE, the organization shared a proposal on social entrepreneurship, which they had been discussing with other offices. The WE organization had sent this proposal to me, but I didn't review or respond to the proposal at that time. On April 8th and 9th, I had my initial briefing on the potential streams of support for young people, including a potential grant program for students looking to gain experience over the summer.
As we continue to develop the various levels of support, this was identified, the Canada Student Service Grant was identified as a particularly good choice, parallel to the development of the other types of support that were being developed for young people. The public servants examined the various measures under a broad program of Canada Youth Services for the summer. That is the Canada Jobs Summer Program that would be there for young people. We wanted to have a system that would follow the hours of service, that would place people in appropriate positions and have a continuity of follow-up.
As part of a briefing on April 18th, officials raised that a partnership with the private sector or not-for-profit sector may be necessary in order to successfully administer such a program. Officials raised We Charity, among other organizations, as an example of groups that were already doing similar work. This was the first time that I'd been involved in any discussion related to We Charity and what would become the Canada Student Service Grant. As part of my briefing materials, my officials appended a copy of WE's social entrepreneurship proposal, indicating that other departments had begun engaging on the file. I understand that in the following days, we reached out to my office regarding their initial discussions with Employment and Social Development Canada and shared a second proposal. My office continued discussions with We Charity about how different types of student programming could be administered. On April 21st, I verbally approved my department's recommendations on the broad parameters of the Canada Student Service Grant, including the potential involvement of a third party. To be clear, no third party, such as we, was chosen or directed within this approval. From that point onwards, Employment and Social Development Canada took the lead, including the public service announcement that We Charity be brought on as an administrator. With that said, as Minister of Finance, I'm responsible for all funding provided under the Public Health Event of National Concern Payments Act. As such, it's important that finance officials track every dollar authorized to ensure that they're allocated appropriately. I would expect that the department and my office would remain engaged in the design of the program in collaboration with Employment and Social Development Canada, the Privy Council, and the Prime Minister's office. For complete transparency, I note that on Sunday, April 26th, I spoke with Craig Kielburger. I know that we would have broadly discussed the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. He did not raise the Canada Student Service Grant, nor did I. On May 5th, Minister Chagger presented her initial proposal for Canada Student Service Grant, including We Charity as the preferred administrator at the COVID-19 Cabinet Committee. I was not in attendance and did not discuss the proposal with officials or Cabinet colleagues prior to it being presented. I was briefed on the outcome of that meeting 2 days later, on May 7th, noting that the proposal would then be moving to be discussed at full Cabinet. The final decision on the Canada Student Service Grant was presented to full Cabinet on May 22nd. As I've said, I should not have participated in that discussion, and I regret that I did not recuse myself at that time. I provided approval on the final revised funding decision for the program on June 3rd, and that was my last direct engagement with the program's development. I regret that my not recusing myself has been a reason that students have not been able to get the support on a timely basis.
As I've already said, I do regret the fact that I did not recuse myself, and that is the reason, one of the reasons why students have not gotten timely support.
Canadians are counting on us, and there's still much more to do. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I welcome the questions of you and the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for a very thorough explanation in terms of your involvement. We'll now go to questions in the first round, 6 minutes, and we will go to our about 55 minutes of questions. The lineup is Mr. Polyev first, then Ms. Kotrakis, then Mr. Fortin, and then Mr. Angus. Mr. Polyev, you're on deck, sir.
Do you expect us to believe that it is a mere coincidence that you repaid over $40,000 of expenses associated with your travel on a We Charity trip, that you just repaid it today on the same day you were expected to testify under oath about it? Is that just a coincidence, Minister?
Mr. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think what I want to make sure that I communicate is this was a mistake on my behalf. I'm responsible for any expenses that I incur on trips being paid for. This was an expense that I was unaware of, that I did not know had not been paid. And when I found that out over the course of the last
$41,000 expense, you didn't know about a $41,000 expense? How is that even possible?
Mr. Minister.
Again, Mr. Chair, I just have to say that in review of our records, I understood that there was no charge for these travel expenses at the We facilities, and once I found that out, I endeavored to repay that. And of course, it was a mistake on my part, which I take full responsibility for.
I mean, the average Canadian living in Red Deer or Halifax that goes on a trip would notice if there was say a $400 expense that they didn't pay, maybe a hotel room for a couple of nights that never got charged them, and they paid immediately. But you're telling me that on this obviously very luxurious trip, that $41,000 of expenses happened right under your nose, and you didn't know about it until it suddenly, through an epiphany, came to your attention the very day you were to testify in a parliamentary committee about it. You expect us to believe that?
Mr. Chair, is for me.
There's no one else to answer for you, Mr. Morneau. You're the one.
Sorry, I was muted, Mr. Minister. Yes, you got the floor.
As I said, this was a mistake on my behalf. We immediately looked at our records. We reviewed those records to find the flights and the hotel expenses that were paid, and did not find any expenses that were charged to us for the time at the WE facilities. When we went through our records in detail and concluded that, we realized, my wife and I, that we needed to have someone reach out to the WE organization, and did that in order to pay those expenses. It is my mistake. It is a mistake that I regret. I apologize for that. And as I said, I will definitely work with the Ethics Commissioner, including this issue, to make sure it's fully understood and accounted for.
Do you realize that originally accepting these free benefits associated with your trip was strictly illegal under the Conflict of Interest Act? Yes or no?
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chair, we, of course, recognize that we are responsible for our own expenses. That is my responsibility. It was something I was unaware of, and so that
do you realize it was
being
illegal?
Unaware,
do you realize now that it was illegal?
Mr. Minister.
That those expenses, which I was unaware of, were appropriately my expenses, and that's why we've repaid them.
You realize, though, that it was illegal. You are, as a minister, strictly forbidden from accepting any form of sponsored travel under the Conflict of Interest Act. I'm asking you, do you realize that the Act makes it illegal for you to have accepted these expenses paid for by we in the first place? Do you realize that that was illegal? Yes or no?
Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I've said, I looked back in a detailed fashion over my records. I found that that we received no expenses notice for these expenses. As soon as we found that out, we endeavored to make sure those payments were made, and it's a mistake. I will, and
all right. Thank you very much.
Work with the Ethics Commissioner.
Did you, in the month of August 2019, announce a grant for We Charity for $3 million in the same month that your daughter accepted a job from that organization? Yes or no?
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think it's important to know that program, which I did announce, was developed and delivered by Employment and Social Development Canada. As the person who was responsible for that organization in the riding, I did announce that program.
So you announced a $3 million grant to an organization that had just hired your daughter the very same month. True statement or false statement?
My microphone is on.
Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
Thank you. I want to be very clear that this is a program that was developed,
true or false?
Delivered by the Employment and Social Development Canada. I announced it on behalf of our government, but was not involved in the development of that program.
Your daughter accepted a position with that organization.
Pierre, last question.
So in the same month as your daughter accepted a position with the organization, you announced a $3 million grant to that organization. You can just tell me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
Mr. Chair, I'm obviously very proud of the fact that Grace took on a co-op job at the WE organization. I'm proud of the fact that she, of her own accord, went out and got a first job in an administrative capacity. And obviously, my role as a minister is separate and distinct from that. I did deliver an announcement, but I was not involved in the development or the understanding of that program.
Okay, thank you both. We'll go to Ms. Koutrakis, followed by Mr. Fortin. Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister Morneau, for appearing before the Finance Committee once again this afternoon. I truly appreciate the candor in your testimony and for all the work that you and your family and our civil servants and the Department of Finance do for all Canadians, especially during this difficult time. I have a few questions, so in the interest of time, I will ask them all and leave it with you, Minister, to formulate your response. How many new programs have you and your department rolled out in the past 100 days or so? What is the approximate value of these programs? Roughly how many Canadians and Canadian businesses and nonprofit organizations have they helped from these programs? Does this compare to anything remotely similar to what we've done since the full mobilization of Canada's economy and society during the Second World War 80 years ago? Would it also be fair to say that if we did not introduce these programs, there would be a lot of personal suffering and hardship? Would it also be fair to say that our economy would be in a serious recession or depression if the government hadn't acted as quickly and decisively as it did? And finally, as a financial person myself, I would say that our success rate has been remarkably high and that the risk-reward profile is extremely positive. The only way to achieve anything is to take risks. To avoid all risks of failure and make mistakes during as well would mean doing nothing and accepting all the personal hardships imposed on innocent Canadians that would result. Do you agree with my comments?
Mr. Minister, I hope you had a pen in your hand because I could hardly keep up and I had one. Go ahead, Mr. Minister, to answer.
Thank you. I did have a pen. I think I need to start by acknowledging that that I did make a mistake with respect to the lack of decision to recuse myself of the decision around the WE organization. And I think I also need to acknowledge that not every single thing that our government has done over the course of the last few months was perfect. We have been, as was just mentioned, working during a time of crisis in a pandemic, a time like none of us have ever faced before. So the answer to the last question is quite clear. We knew we needed to move at speed and with scale to support Canadians. We knew that we needed to do our very best analysis on what the right policy would be and how to best get that support out to Canadians. We also knew that as we move forward, we would almost certainly have to fix things and improve things as we went along. And that was the approach that we took. I think that the response that we've had as a country, which in answer to the direct question, more than 70 programs, over $200 billion of direct support to Canadians, has put us in a much better situation than we would have been in had we not taken that approach. It's delivered for individuals and for families. It's protected our economy for today and for the future. And the risks of not doing so would have been dramatically greater for individuals and for families struggling to get by, but for our long-term future and our opportunities. So I do recognize that there's more that we need to do, but this is an unprecedented time. We are going to continue to consider the needs of Canadians first, deliver the kind of support required, and improve things as we go along. And yes, we will make mistakes. We will try not to make mistakes. Of course, that's never our intent, but we will rectify those mistakes as we think about the next steps. And this pandemic's not over. We do know there's more work to be done, and we need to keep our focus on that and on Canadians.
And do I have time for one more, Mr. Chair?
You have about a minute, or 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. What were your main goals when developing programs and policies to respond to the crises? We have heard from other witnesses about rapid response, simplicity, large-scale support. I know that you've mentioned it time and time again, but I think it's worth mentioning once again, never to lose sight, the pandemic, the crisis that was not only facing Canadians, but globally. So what were your main goals when developing these programs and policies, Minister Morneau?
Well, again, thank you for that question. Our main goals at the beginning of the pandemic are very consistent with our goals now. We recognize that this pandemic has had enormous impacts on Canadians across the country, on families' ability to support themselves, and also on future opportunities. So we've been looking at how we can support people through this. The CERB benefit, our first and most important measure at the outset, was recognizing how many people were going to be off work without enough money to pay for groceries or rent, and we needed to get support to them rapidly. The wage subsidy was about trying to make sure people could keep their job over the long term, because we know how important that is for them, but also for our economy. Programs like what we put together for students were recognizing that we were going to have hundreds of thousands of students without the ability to get a job this summer. And we needed to think about how we could support them, because they are, by definition, our future. We need to make sure they can get back to their studies. So that's been our focus from day one, and it will continue to be our focus. Getting through this crisis requires us all to work together. It's a health crisis and an economic crisis, so we need to think about those two things in tandem. But supporting people has always been central to what our government's been after, and central to what I've been focused on during this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll have to end it there. Mr. Fortin, followed by Mr. Angus. Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin. Mr. Fortin.
There you go.
I don't know. Oh, my screen was frozen. I don't know if you hear me. My screen was frozen.
I can see you too. Thank you. Okay. Oops. Je vais mettre l'interprétation.
I've got to put the interpretation on. Mr. Morneau. We understand, of course, that the CSSG is a good thing for students. There's a divergence of opinion about the way in which the program was rolled out and the amounts of money. But I'm sure there's no one in the House of Commons who would say otherwise, that students need help. But when you do it without going to tenders, when you offer it only to the friends of the Trudeau family, and clearly your friends as well, and when we know about the payments that have been made to the Trudeau family, all of this as if it were nothing at all, it does raise questions. Yeah, I'm not asking you to apologize again, because if you keep when you apologizing for the same thing, Mr. Poilievre said something to you. He asked you a question. He said, do you really believe that by simply apologizing, that you're going to be able to escape the fury of this matter?
Minister.
Merci.
Thank you. It is clear that this is a very important question. I apologize. It's clear that this is a very important question. It's very important. We are in a situation that is very difficult. We're facing a pandemic. We knew that it was very important to have a certain level of support for Canadians, for all Canadians, but also for students. We all agree. We agree. But what I want to say is this. With that urgency, with that need to deliver the necessary support, there was a sense of urgency. And we tried to think about how the public service could help. They told us that the only way to deliver for students under the necessary policies would be through another organization. Did you try to make a limited call for tenders? Did you even envisage that possibility? A call for tenders light.
Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
Thank you. Well, for me, I was with the others in a situation where I received information and recommendations about how we could deliver the program for students from the public service. But did you examine the possibility of a type of call for tenders light? Did you think about that? I'm sure that it was a question that the public service could consider as to how we should do things. But why didn't you do it? Well, then why didn't you do that? It was their decision to make a recommendation, but you're the minister. It was the approach that they recommended to deliver the program. With all the respect I have for you, Mr. Minister, but you yourself say that the public service recommended something, but you're the decision maker here. You're the minister. It's not your wife, it's not your spouse, it's not your secretary, you're the minister. You know that it's possible to have a type of short-term call for tenders that would allow for this. So why didn't you do it? Why didn't you ask for someone to do this? Well, the departments considered the policy, and that was very important. And after the departments considered how it should be delivered, it was an important consideration. But the people who work for the public service work hard. They work. Yes, I understand, Minister. The Minister of Finance did not insist that they move to a call for tenders. I have other questions. We have to move on, Minister. I think that with respect to We Charity, we learned that We Charity was involved with the public service, that they were interacting with the public service. Did you, as minister, do your due diligence to see whether or not this interaction between the two entities was such that you could move on your program of a number of millions of dollars? It was up to the public service to see how the program should be delivered. And did you read the auditor's report? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Were you aware of the due diligence report before making your cabinet decision? I saw a recommendation. I got a recommendation from the public service. For the past 5 years, I know that they have been working with a great deal of intelligence, and they are very capable in the public service. They make recommendations to deliver our policies on an emergency basis. So you're saying you didn't have any awareness? No. One last question, Mr. Chair. One last question, please.
Je comprends, monsieur.
I understand, Mr. Minister, that you never made yourself aware of a report on due diligence, the audit. Am I right in saying that? I received recommendations from the public service. I looked at many other things, the importance of support for our students, and that was part of the deliberation.
Okay. Thank you both, Mr. Angus for 6 minutes, and then followed by Mr. Cooper for 5. Charlie, you're up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, so the discussions with We began in your officials on April 7th, leading up to the Prime Minister's announcement. Were there any other proposals brought forward in that time by any other group other than We?
Mr. Chair, first of all, thank you for the question. I elaborated on the timeline in my prepared remarks.
So
I was not I was not involved directly in any of those proposals being received or any of those direct discussions with other organizations. I do know that that process went through the public service.
Sorry, could you give us the names of any other organizations? Because the question we're dealing with was whether a group that's very close to you and your family and very close to the Prime Minister's family was given the inside track. So we know that you met with Craig, talked with Craig Kielberger. Now you say you didn't discuss this, but the die had been set. We know that your finance officials had reached out to Rachel Wernick to tell her to talk to We know that there had been at least 2 weeks of discussing between the first proposal and the second proposal. So were there other groups that were invited at that time to bring forward proposals? Will you give us the names of any that may have been involved?
Mr. Minister, go ahead.
I am aware that there were consultations with a number of groups that provide service for youth. I'm not aware of each one of those names. That was never presented to me. I'm certain, Mr. Chair, that we can provide an awareness of the organizations that were consulted with during the course of this period.
Okay, thank you. Because Minister Chagger said that the idea came from Rachel Wernick, the civil servant. Rachel Wernick told us that she learned about this when everyone else learned about it, and she was directly contacted by your staff. My concern here, Mr. Morneau, is if you were being the pack mule for the Kielburgers to get this proposal through, the fact that you refused to recuse yourself is very, very damning. It really raises questions here. Why did you refuse to recuse yourself?
Mr. Minister.
Well, thank you. To be clear, we were in a position where we were trying to determine ways that we could deliver on behalf of students. That was the goal here. The idea was to find
financial connection.
Charlie, the minister has relatively equal time here. Allow him to answer first. Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
That was our overriding goal. We knew that it was important to figure out a way to engage with students to help them to get back to school. That was my overriding concern. Given the legitimate perception of a conflict around my involvement previously, I have said that in hindsight, I should have recused myself, and that was a mistake on my part.
Mr. Angus.
Have you read the Conflict of Interest Act?
Mr. Minister?
Mr. Chair, I believe when I first came into office, I would have had access to all of those acts.
So you're not familiar with it. The fact that you just remembered that we paid $41,000 for you to do travel. Are you not aware that under the Conflict of Interest Act, Sections 11, Section 12, Section 15 of the Code are explicit? And it's also explicit about the ministers are not to be getting paid travel. So if you don't really remember the Conflict of Interest Act, you remember the Aga Khan ruling by the Ethics Commissioner, because it seems that he made direct rulings about a situation that you are now in. Isn't there someone in your office who would tell you, come on, Minister, these are the rules. This is the law of the land. It applies to you as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chair, it is a mistake on my part not to have paid expenses. As I've said, I did not know that those expenses were not paid. I did not have any awareness of that. But over the course of the last short while, I've reviewed my records in detail, and given that serious oversight, I have made sure that has been rectified. But I recognize that it was a mistake, and I take responsibility for that.
Charlie, before you start again, can you hold your microphone a little closer and don't be rubbing it? The translators are having difficulty. Go ahead.
Sorry,
I'll give you the time back.
Me here. Thank you. Well, I guess the issue here is that we paid for your travel. That has the apparent perception of attempting to buy political influence. The fact that you're talking with Craig Kielburger, you're talking with I'm not sure they're registered to lobby. They're hiring your daughter. You're not thinking that there's a problem here, but they're paying for influence. I think that that's really, really concerning that you didn't seem to think that that was a problem. So I'd like to end on the question with you signed a contribution agreement with a real estate holding company. How in God's name is that a credible decision by the government of Canada to funnel nearly $1 billion to a group that's very close to you and your family, that's very close to the Prime Minister and his family, a group that had gone through there was no public tender here, and they come up with a real estate holding company and you file the money through them? What were you thinking?
Mr. Minister, final answer this round.
Thank you. Well, to start with, as I've said, I certainly was in error not paying expenses. I didn't know about those expenses being paid in my behalf, but that was an error, and I have owned up for that error. I know that the government decision around the administration of this program was taken after the appropriate due diligence by the public service. I don't know of which organization in the decision was the organization that was given to that contract. That's not something that was brought to my attention. Of course, we expect
real estate holding company, and you didn't double check that. Where is the due diligence, Minister?
As I've said, Mr. Chair, the public service took a look at how we could best deliver this program and how it could be best administered. And that recommendation was the one that we looked at in order to deliver on behalf of students.
Okay, we'll end that round there. But look, from my perspective, there is some confusion during this round. You've been asked why, as a minister, you didn't call for tenders. I know this was a contribution agreement. The implication is that you were the minister responsible. So I got to ask you two questions. Who was the minister responsible in terms of this agreement with we? And who was the minister that signed the agreement at the end of the day? Mr. Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not the minister responsible, as I outlined in my prepared remarks. That was Minister Chagger. And as to your second question on who signed the document, I'm actually not aware of that. My assumption would be it would be Minister Chagger, but I know that Employment and Social Development Canada worked on this program, and that was the arm of the public service that made the recommendation after their work.
Okay, thank you for that. Then next rounds of questioning, we'll start off with Mr. Cooper, Mr. Fragaskatis, Mr. Polyev, and Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Cooper, 5 minutes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for being here. I want to ask you to explain in further detail these $41,000 of hidden expenses. You have characterized these expenses as programming. What do you mean by that?
Well, thank you. When we took a look at our personal records, we found expenses that we'd paid for flights and for personal hotel costs, but we didn't find any expenses from the actual we sites that we went to, that my wife and daughter went
expenses? What were those expenses?
They would have been
Wining and dining, or I mean, just explain what those expenses were.
Thank you.
Mr. Minister, go ahead. Sorry.
Those expenses would have been for anything incurred at the WE facilities.
So give me an example.
I have not seen the line by line, but I would assume that they would be for accommodation, for going to when I was there in Ecuador, we were helping to build a school. So it would have been getting us to the school where we were doing that, perhaps the materials to build that school. And those were, I imagine, the things that were included in those expenses, along with presumably meals.
Meals, so wining and dining while you were in Ecuador. Thank you for that. Obviously, it's interesting that you've just decided to do a detailed review now. just before you came before our committee, but I'll leave it at that. I want to now go on to the timeline here. On April 18th, you said that you were briefed by your officials. At that time, the WE proposal was brought to your attention. Were any other proposals brought to your attention, or were any other organizations mentioned at that meeting?
Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you. I believe at that meeting I was briefed on the overall nature of the potential Canada Student Service Grant, as well as the possibility of using an outside for-profit or not-for-profit organization to administer the program based on the urgency of the program. And that was the sum total of what we were trying to achieve, I believe, at that briefing.
And were any other proposals provided to you?
No proposals were provided. No proposals of any sort were provided to me.
Okay. Well, you said you reviewed the WE proposal at that time, or it was appended.
Sorry, for clarification, there was a proposal appended that was for a different program.
Okay.
So it was not for the administration of the Canada Student Service Grant.
Thank you for that. I've got a limited amount of time. From the beginning of March to June 30th, how many times have you had contact with anyone associated with the WE organization?
Sorry, the dates again were?
Between March 1st and June 30th.
The only time that I have any recollection of communicating with anyone from the WE organization was, as I reported on Sunday, April 26th.
April 26th, and that was with Craig Kielburger.
Yes.
And how often do you speak with Craig Kielburger?
Craig Kielburger is obviously someone in my riding who runs a large organization, so I've had exposure to him on numerous occasions, but I don't have any particular regular communication.
Were you surprised that he would have contacted you just 4 days after he had submitted a proposal?
He didn't contact me, so for clarity, I called him. During that time period, I was contacting business leaders, labor leaders, trying to make sure I understood the nature of the COVID-19 crisis and hearing the impacts on customers or on people that got served. That was an important part of my role. It continues to be an important part of my role so that we can develop the kind of support necessary.
So you just
final question, Mr. Cooper.
Well, okay. Since I only have the final question, Minister, will you undertake to provide the committee with all communications that your office had concerning the three proposals that are at issue, namely the April 9th, the April 21st, and April 22nd proposal, as well as any communications you or your office had with anyone in the WE organization?
We will certainly cooperate with the committee. That I think is important. I think there's been a request for documentation, which we will certainly comply with.
Thank you both. I believe that request was made with Ms. Warnick and as well. So, okay, Mr. Fregaskatis, followed by Mr. Polyev. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Minister. Just to be clear, Minister Morneau, you did not refuse to recuse yourself. It was an oversight on your part, correct?
I think it was a mistake on my part. On reflection, in hindsight, I should have recused myself. I know that would have been a better course of action for us to deal with what we saw as a very important challenge facing students.
I do have to ask, Minister, worked with you for 5 years, know you to be an honorable person and a good man, but I do have to ask, as far as going forward, the process around recusing oneself. You've pledged to do so in the future, but is it a simple process at the cabinet level to do so?
Well, yes, I have recused myself on numerous occasions around cabinet when I've seen that there was any potential for conflict. So that's been a course I've taken over the time in office. And in this case, my daughter Grace was working in an administrative role. It was her starting job. I didn't see that as a conflict. In hindsight, I should have seen that people would be concerned about that, and so I wish I had done differently. I will certainly in future recuse myself from anything to do with the WE organization as a result of that association.
Thank you very much. No, it was a question relating largely to process, and you've answered it. I have a question also relating to WE on this decision. Why was WE chosen specifically, and not, for example, the working through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, expanding that, for example, the Canada Student Service Corps, for instance, as another possibility? What stood out about WE in your mind?
I think it's important not to talk about we. It's more about what we were trying to achieve. So our goal was to find a way to have an approach to national service during a time of national crisis. We saw that there was a combination of the opportunity for students to be engaged in that, and something that would enable students also to be doing really meaningful work in a summer when so many jobs wouldn't be available. And finally, we thought that the idea that they could have some incentive was going to be important, both to make that happen, but also to recognize that they weren't going to necessarily have money from jobs this summer because of the pandemic. So that was the goal. The decision on how to administer it was very much taken in the course of Employment and Social Development Canada's review of how to deliver it. And as I understand it, what they were trying to consider was the public service capable of delivering in a very short time period this program that would make a difference for students. And they concluded that a better way to do it would be with an outside organization that had those capabilities already, so that we could move quickly. So that was the goal, and that was the recommendation that came back to us, which of course was satisfying our overall goal. And it's very important to put this in the context of what we were facing at that time. We were thinking about multiple programs to support different populations. So we were thinking about people who were off work, people who were, maybe having more expenses like seniors. We were starting to contemplate people with disabilities and the challenges they were facing. But students were central to us because there's hundreds of thousands of them that wouldn't have jobs if we didn't find some sort of, or wouldn't have opportunities if we didn't find some sort of way to deal with that.
Last question, Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With the last question, and I've asked this before, but since you're the Minister of Finance, I do want to put it to you. Where do we go from here? Is a program possible? Because I have young people in my constituency. I have many not-for-profits and charities that were excited by the vision set out in the Canada Student Service Grant, want to make a contribution. Organizations need volunteers, and young people are ready to volunteer. Is it possible to come up with a program that allows for tuition support to be granted on the one hand for young people and for organizations to benefit by the presence of young people? Can we still get to the underlying goal of the Canada Student Service Grant, delivered differently, of course?
I think it's very important to put this program in context. We came up with approaches to help students that were multiple. We had a $9 billion program overall, which included support for people that were not going to be able to get jobs, direct financial support. It was tuition reduction in grants for tuition, or increase in grants for tuition in the fall. It was a reduction in interest costs or elimination of interest costs on debt. So there were multiple things we were doing at the same time. This was one. We saw it as a very important way to engage and improve our ability to deal with the pandemic. So we're going to continue to try. I think that, unfortunately, this is making it more difficult because the starting position was that the public service didn't have the ability to deliver with the same speed, and that means that we are trying to figure out a way to do this, but it is difficult for sure. we will continue to think, though, about how we can deliver.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Polyev and then on to Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Polyev.
How much time do I have?
You get 5 minutes.
Mr. Morneau, can you please give me all of the account of how many times you spoke about we charity with your staff or your officials?
I've tried to give an understanding of the process and the deliberations. I think you've heard from me in my prepared statements the
Just
periods of briefing.
How many times did you speak about we with your staff or your officials? The number of times, please.
I think what you will hear in my prepared remarks, I went through a number of briefings, and those were the times where this was the discussion.
Well, just to recap where we are, you and the Prime Minister gave $912 million to the real estate holding arm of a group that had paid the Prime Minister's family $300,000 and gave your daughter a job and your family $41,000 in illegal travel expenses. That's just what we know so far. We know that this is illegal. We know that you ought to have recused yourself under Section 21 of the Conflict of Interest Act. Public office holder shall recuse himself from any discussion, decision, debate, or vote on any matter in respect to which he or she would be in a conflict of interest. We also know that no public office holder, of which you are one, under Section 11, shall accept any gift or other advantage, including from a trust, that might reasonably be seen to be given to have been given to influence the public office holder in the exercise of an official power, duty, or function. You have violated that section as well in accepting $41,000 of secret travel expenses. You've only admitted now that you did that the same day you're called to testify under oath into the matter, over a year after the gifts were accepted. You are a minister who has already been found guilty of violating the Conflict of Interest Act when you failed to reveal the existence of your villa in France. Minister, you have lost the moral authority to hold your office, and it is the position of Her Majesty's loyal opposition that you resign. Will you resign?
Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, and to the questioner, I want to just make very clear that there were, in fact, mistakes made here. I have said quite clearly that in hindsight, I should have recused myself from this decision when it came to Cabinet. I did not know that there were expenses that had not been charged to me in that travel. And that work.
Sorry, Minister.
Mr. Polyev, we're usually pretty sticky the other way in time, so we'll be sticky this way today. The minister has the floor for a little longer. Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
As I said, I did not know that there were expenses that were not charged to me, but I'm not making an excuse. It was my mistake not to have taken responsibility to ensure that those expenses were paid. And I found that out only with a thorough review of my records over the course of the last few days. And that is absolutely a mistake on my behalf. I've then turned around to reimburse, which I know is important. And I will
Minister,
continue.
still has time.
I will continue to work on behalf of Canadians. I want to put this in context. The program that we were trying to deliver for students to get them engaged in volunteering, we believe is very important, and that's important work that I will continue to do with my government.
Over to Mr. Polyev.
Canadians will find it impossible to believe that this organization showered you with $41,000 worth of luxury and accommodations, and that you didn't know about it. That somehow you were enjoying all of these benefits and expenses paid for you while you were on an exotic vacation to Ecuador, and that somehow you didn't even know that the expenses occurred. Who did you think was paying for all of the wine and the food and the luxury travel that you were consuming? Did you think that it was just falling out of the sky, Minister? Who did you think was paying for these tens of thousands of dollars of luxurious expenses that you were enjoying? Where did you think it was coming from?
That's the last question. We'll give the minister time to respond. Go ahead, Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've said, we did go back and look at our records and found the travel and hotel costs, but didn't find any charges to us from the WE facilities. This should have been something that we rectified sooner. It was absolutely in error. I, in looking through my records, was completely surprised at this situation, and that's not an excuse. That's just what happened. So I, Mr. Chair, can just say that again. This was an excuse, and that's no excuse rather, and it's a mistake.
Okay, Ms. Zerowitz, and we will have. We'll go to Ms. Zerowitz, and I will give Ms. Goodrow a couple of minute question, and Mr. Angus, and then we'll have to end. Ms. Zerowitz.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Minister, for presenting today. Thank you for your remarks at the onset. The first thing I'd like to say is 70 programs and over $200 billion in direct support to Canadians. I know that during the time of March and April, when Davenport residents were super stressed, they were enormously happy with the programs as they were being announced. It gave them comfort that there was a government who was caring after them and was trying to help support them as we were going through an unprecedented pandemic that no one really knew how it was going to unfold. So I want to say thank you for that. I also want to say thank you for your apology. I think for the both apologies, one is from recusing from the cabinet decision, and then also for the $41,000 payment. I do have three key questions. The first one is, can you make it clear to the committee, was there any direction from you, your team, or the financial sort of department to select or suggest WE as the choice for the Canada Student Service Grant?
Mr. Minister.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. I think it has been a particularly challenging time, and I'm pleased to hear that you're receiving positive feedback from your constituents. I just want to acknowledge that we are still in a pandemic, so these challenges will continue, and we will continue to be thinking about how we support people. The decision around the programs to support students were very important, and those were decisions that were taken together with other departments. They were working together on what the right approach was to deliver. But the final recommendation for how the program was to be administered came from Employment and Social Development Canada, and that was in their role in thinking about how we could best deliver for students. So that is the approach. It was not up to me or my team to come up with those recommendations or even to do the direct analysis on the capabilities.
But was there a direct suggestion from yourself or your team to actually suggest that we should be the choice for the Canada Student Service Grant?
No, my team would not have directed that, and I certainly have no awareness, no firsthand knowledge of the capabilities of either the public service or the WE organization to deliver that program.
Okay. My second question is, there's a lot of concern around the sign WE Charity Foundation as opposed to WE Charity. Can you just make it clear for the committee that it was the responsibility of Minister Chagger to actually sign the final contracts, and it wasn't with yourself or the finance department?
Well, your assertion is correct. It was not my responsibility to sign any of those agreements, nor to consider which organization would be receiving those contracts.
Okay.
Julie, just check your microphone and whether you're in the right language. You're not coming through clearly to the translation booth. Just pull up your mic a little.
Okay, so I'm definitely on English. Okay, and my last question is, it's around the $41,000 that you've paid back, I believe today, Minister. I believe it was for 2 trips. One was to Kenya and one was to Ecuador. Can you just explain what the intention of the trip was, and was the intention always to cover your own costs and the cost of your family going there?
Well, thank you. And all I can tell you is that I was completely surprised that there were expenses that had not been charged to us on review. It was always my intention, our family's intention, to pay for all expenses. These were for 2 trips, one trip of my wife and daughter to Kenya to see schools that were being built there, and then subsequently to Ecuador, where we went as a family and were involved in actually building schools. The expenses were appropriately my expenses. It was my mistake not to have ensured that they were paid. I was unaware that they weren't charged to us, and having found that out, I was obviously felt that I'd made a mistake and I needed to immediately rectify the situation.
Okay. Well,
thank you. Thank you both. We will go to Ms. Goodrow, or you got time for a 2-minute question? Mr. Goodrow, there you are. Go ahead.
Oui, bonjour.
2 minutes, and Mr. Angus, and we're done.
Oui, bonjour, monsieur.
Yes, hello, Mr. Morneau. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier on at the COVID committee. I am wondering often about our Canadian citizens, our citizens who are very concerned about transparency. They often say, how can it be that about $1 billion of money was given out, granted like that, without the obligation of disclosing any type of conflict of interest? I would like to hear from you what you have to say, because I just don't know what to say to my constituents when they ask me questions like that. It's very important. Thank you. 2 things. Of course, we are in a crisis situation. The pandemic is very difficult. We have been trying to find the ways to provide the necessary support for people, and it was necessary, therefore, to act quickly. But as I have said, for me, it was a mistake on my part not to recuse myself when I decided not to recuse myself, and I will not do that in the future. Yes, but Mr. Morneau, let me just point out to you that for your situation, perhaps it wasn't something that was very well known, but for Mr. Trudeau's situation, people were very much aware of what was going on, and Madame Grégoire had just gotten back from London, and she came back having contracted COVID. So wasn't there anybody to shine a light on that? Like, should we say something about it, and what do we do? The policy is very important for students. That was our goal, but to deliver it for the administration of it, it was a recommendation from the public service. It was their decision to consider how we could deliver for students, and that was a very important issue for them. We received and considered their recommendations, and ultimately the goal of having a level of support for students was the way we approached it. I made a mistake. The Prime Minister said he made a mistake, and it was really with the intent of trying to see how we could consider the best approach to deliver the program.
We're at a time, 2 minutes. I'll give, we're a little over time, Mr. Minister, but to balance it up, I'll have to give Mr. Angus 2 minutes as well. Charlie, you're on.
Thanks so much, Wayne Easter, my good friend and seatmate. Mr. Minister, I'm glad that your colleague clarified that it wasn't actually your department that was working out the details. It was Bartosz Chagger's office, and yet we was talking to you, and the Prime Minister begins talking to you in early April, and you have the WE report, and you said that the report was circulating. So who in the Privy Council had that report? Who in the Prime Minister's office had the proposal, and had the Prime Minister seen it?
Well, thank you. I think what's important to know here is that what you're talking about is a proposal for a different program that apparently went to a number of ministers' offices. It came to me directly. I didn't review it at the time. I don't have any way of knowing, but I would be very surprised that would ever go to the Prime Minister. That would not normally be something that he would see.
But the Prime Minister and you were talking about a program that, I know that there was the original proposal, but the second proposal is very, very tied to WE. And they call you up, Mr. Morneau. They reach out to you. It's not your file, it's Ms. Chagger's, but you are a friend of them. They have paid $41,000 to you and your family to travel, and it's not reported. They've hired your daughter. They've paid the Trudeau family over $300,000 at a time. So they have enormous amount of influence. And so this is the question I know you read the Conflict of Interest Act when you first became minister, and it's somewhere back in one of your files, but you need to understand it's about buying political influence is about being your friend, that they contact your office, that it's your officials that are dealing with them. And so you're dealing with the Prime Minister, and he's got the same idea that you have. And boy, that idea is just like WE. Doesn't it occur to you, Mr. Morneau, that you've been very influenced by this group and they've had the inside track from the get-go, and your relationship with them is helping push that you were the Kielburgers' pack mule pushing this through, and now it's all blown up on you?
We'll have to go to the Minister, and please clarify, Minister, whether they called you or you called them, because earlier you said you called Mr. Kielburger over programming, I believe, or curb or whatever it was. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, so to be really clear here, the goal, and certainly in the discussions I had with the Prime Minister, we were thinking about how we could support students. So that was critically important. We needed to come up with ways to make sure that we delivered support to students. The inference that we had any idea of exactly how that support would happen or even how it would be delivered is incorrect. We were thinking about how we would support students, and as we developed the policy, then we passed it to the public service to think about how that could be properly delivered. And that was a critically important step in thinking about how we could get that support. The proposal that was circulated from the WE organization was separate earlier on. I certainly didn't have any awareness of that proposal when it came in. And much later, as I reported, I did have a call with Craig Kielburger, and that was just to understand generally how the COVID-19 situation was impacting businesses and organizations across the country. So, our goal here is and remains to support students. We know that there was a mistake made in terms of how we came through this decision-making process. I should have recused myself. The Prime Minister's also said that, and we will continue to think about how we can best be supportive. And I want to just say that we need to move forward. It is a time of pandemic, and there will be more work for us to do.
Okay, Minister, thank you very much for your testimony.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order, Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to put forward a motion to be debated at a future meeting. And the motion reads as follows, that whereas...
Mr. Cooper, okay, let's hear your motion first, and then I'll release the minister. Go ahead.
Okay. Whereas the Minister of Finance has accepted $41,000 in illegal travel expenses, and that the Minister of Finance is in flagrant breach of multiple sections of the Conflict of Interest Act, including but not limited to sections 6, 11, and 21, in addition to prior violations, that the Standing Committee on Finance hereby call on the Minister to immediately resign.
So you are you're given the 48-hour notice. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. That notice is given. Mr. Morneau, thank you for your appearing before the committee today and giving your statement, and you're answering our questions and taking the extra time that normally happens when we have a minister before the committee. So thank you very much. With that, so you're released, Minister.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll go to the finance official, Ms. Kovovich, for 30 minutes, if we could. I don't know, Ms. Kovovich, hopefully your technology is working now, and do you have an opening statement, or you just go into questions? Ms. Kovovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I gotcha.
Yes, I do have an opening statement, if you would permit me to read it.
Okay, fire away.
All right. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Michelle Kovacevic, and I am the Assistant Deputy Minister for the Federal Provincial Relations and Social Policy Branch at Finance Canada. Before I start, I was made aware just as I was coming into the office that there may be an interest on behalf of the committee for me to stay longer than 30 minutes. If that is still the interest in the committee, I'm happy to do so. I would like to provide you with context on my role in the lead up to the announcement by the Prime Minister and the Canada Student Service Grant, and the context with respect to the ultimate selection of We Charity as a third-party administrator. On April 6th, during the Prime Minister's morning press conference, he noted that more support for students would be coming soon. That same day, my team reached out to colleagues in Employment and Social Development Canada, ESDC, to hear about options for supporting students. My team and I also met with my minister's office to understand what was needed. Our timelines for developing the package were very condensed. Our work was informed by proposals and expertise in ESDC as well as other departments. The package announced on April 22nd by the Prime Minister included over $9 billion in support for students, including the creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, which at $900 million represents 10% of the overall student package that we developed. Today, I will focus solely on the options that were explored to develop the Canada Student Service Grant. The key objective for us was to mobilize students to help respond to the pandemic while also providing tuition support for their future studies. A number of options were pursued, including firstly, a tuition credit or tuition waiver for students. My team, along with ESDC, explored delivering this through the Canada Student Loan Program, directly via provinces and territories, or by post-secondary education institutions billing the federal government directly. There were issues with respect to validating the identity and eligibility of recipients, in addition to the actual capacity to deliver the program across the country. None of these were considered to be ideal. We further looked at scaling up existing volunteer programs through the Canada Service Corps and taking it global, its administrator. This option was indeed supported, and funding was provided to expand the number of microgrants for youth from 1,800 to 15,000 and to provide stipends to participants. However, there was interest in and need for a much broader reach beyond 15,000 service opportunities. With Health Canada, my team examined whether students could fill a critical need in contact tracing related to COVID-19, including both volunteer options and direct federal hiring to support provincial and territorial efforts. Our teams also looked at using a temp agency to do hiring on our behalf. None of these options were selected because a large number of volunteers had already been identified to do the work by the health portfolio, and provinces and territories, at least at that point in the pandemic, were still quite uncertain about how much help for contact tracing they actually needed. My team then looked at creating a Canada Experience grant that would make bursaries available to students who volunteered in positions deemed essential during COVID-19, a good deed bonus, if you will. However, given significant concerns for the health and safety of students, my team moved away from the idea of an essential position and broadened the scope of volunteering. My team, along with the ESDC, of course, also considered whether two organizations working together could administer this grant. We considered a series of third parties who could have the capacity to deliver this type of program, including Shopify, Ceridian, Imagine Canada, Volunteer Canada, the Canadian Red Cross, the United Way, and the I Want to Help platform concept developed by ESDC. The student announcement on April 22nd was high level, with further details to be worked out following further analysis by ESDC. It was during this course of the analysis that the potential of partnering with We Charity came up. On April 9th, I received What We Heard document summarizing stakeholder feedback on student support during the COVID emergency, prepared by my minister's office. We Charity was one of 12 stakeholders included in the document. I believe my minister actually mentioned that as well. On April 16th, in an email discussion on which organizations might be able to deliver a range of volunteer opportunities across the country, We Charity was raised as a possibility by colleagues at ESDC. I encouraged ESDC to include We Charity in their analysis of potential delivery options. On April 18th, I debriefed my minister's office on progress on the file. I noted to them that ESDC had informed us that We Charity may be an option. My team also held a joint teleconference with ESDC where a number of organizations were discussed. I cannot recall who actually raised the idea to speak with We, but I can recall that we all agreed to it. On April 19th, we received a copy from ESDC of the April 9th We Social Entrepreneurship proposal, that had been previously circulated to ministers. This was the first time the proposal was provided to me, according to my records. That same evening, my branch routed a briefing package to our minister that included the We proposal as an annex, but no analysis nor recommendation was provided on We. The next day, April 20th, my minister's office connected with We Charity to discuss their ability to deliver volunteer opportunities. The records of this call from my minister's office note that We Charity will rework their 10-week summer program proposal to fully meet the policy objective of national service and increase their current placements of 8,000 to double. On April 22nd, of course, the Prime Minister made his student package announcement. On April 23rd, in a meeting between my team and ESDC, we discussed the possibility of We Charity as a third party who could offer virtual volunteer placements and potentially administer the Canada Student Service Grant. My office also set up a meeting with We Charity to take place the next afternoon. On April 24th, ESDC and finance officials spoke with We Charity to better understand the organization and its capacity. No commitments were made other than ESDC would follow up. As is usual, after a funding decision and announcement, further development of the detailed program proposal was turned over to ESDC. On May 7th, I received a copy from ESDC of a May 4th proposal from We Charity to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant for the government. This is the first time finance officials saw a proposal where We Charity could be the third-party administrator for the program. My team continued to work with the ESDC as they developed the program and advanced a cabinet proposal. I also continued to brief my minister's office, which is normal practice as major initiatives proceed to cabinet and then to launch. In this context, We Charity was raised a number of times and ultimately formed the basis of the recommendation of ESDC to Minister Chagger that the government enter into a contribution agreement with We Charity to administer the Canada Student Service Grant. Finance officials supported this recommendation in related advice to our minister, including the detailed costing of the proposal as outlined by Minister Chagger in her testimony last week. I would be happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank
you. Thank you very much, Ms. Kovovich. And I failed to introduce you as, in terms of your responsibilities, you are Assistant Deputy Minister, Federal Provincial Relations and Social Policy Branch. So thank you for that statement. I'm not sure, and the clerk will have to tell us on this. Ms. Kovovich offered to stay longer if necessary. What I would suggest is we go to 8 questioners, 4 minutes per question round. And I'll go with the list I have from panel 1 because I don't have a new list, which would be starting with Mr. Cooper, then Ms. Kotrakis, Ms. Fortin, and Ms. Angus, and Mr. Angus. Would we be okay with that? But clerk, I have to ask you, I know we're under tight time frames on these video conferences, and are we going to be okay with the use of the room where this is centered at FINA Ottawa? Are we okay to go another half an hour? The Assistant Deputy Minister made a 7-minute statement. Are we okay to go about another half an hour there?
I'll inquire right now and let you know if it's an issue.
Okay, so the total list I have, and it's subject to change because I don't have a list, folks, would be Cooper, Kotrakis, Fortin, Angus, Polyev, Zerowitz, Morantz, and Fragaskatis. So any difference on that, just yell at me, I guess, what you'll have to do. Mr. Fortin? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mr. Cooper, go ahead.
I think it's supposed to be Mr. Polyev first and then me.
Okay, Mr. Polyev, want to go first, and then we'll put Cooper in his place. Mr. Polyev?
Yes, Ms. Kovacevic, you attended a meeting in mid-April with Ms. Wernick, and Ms. Wernick suggested before this committee that you were the one that first suggested we be the delivery group for this program. Is that true?
Thank you for the question. The meeting that you're referring to, I believe, took place on April the 18th in the evening. At this point, we are discussing a broad range of issues, including...
Sorry, we don't have a lot of time. I'm just asking if you were the one who first suggested we. That's all.
Yep, I was certainly the one who initiated the meeting. We were talking about grant and credit and whether there was opportunities for...
Did you suggest we? Did you suggest we?
I do not recall if it was me who actually raised the idea, but what I do recall clearly is that we all agreed to it. And just to be clear to the committee, that it was in the context of volunteer placement in mobilizing through their social media to get students in that.
Prior to that, had you discussed the idea of employing we for this with any exempt staff of the government, of any of the ministers?
No. According to my records, the first mention of we to me is on April 16th. And that, again, is in a conversation that I was having with my colleagues at ESDC. And again, this is in the context of...
What were their names? What were their names?
On that call on April 16th, that would be Rachel Wernick and also the Associate Deputy Minister.
Which one? Who's that?
Benoit Robidoux.
And did they suggest where they had heard that idea of bringing in we?
This wasn't about bringing in we. This was about the fact that we could partner with a company like we to do volunteer matching.
Yeah. So the question was, did they mention if they had where they heard that idea from?
Pierre, we'll give the lady time to answer if we could, Ms. Kovacevic.
Yes, the idea was a partnership. Could a company like we do volunteer matching?
Point of order.
Go ahead. What's your point of order?
So I'm not interested in what the idea was. I'm asking where it came from. The question was very specific. It was very clear. We don't have a lot of time. I'd ask you to call the witness to answer the question. The question was, did ESDC officials in that meeting mention where they had first heard the idea of bringing we into the delivery of this program or involving it in any way?
I never asked that. Oh,
Go ahead, Ms. Kovich.
All I can say is that ESDC raised the issue. We never discussed where the issue came from, and that was it.
How many times did you discuss we with exempt staff in the government?
With exempt staff in the government, I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Once?
But leading up to the Prime Minister's announcement, I imagine there would be a number of occasions where I would talk about the partnerships that we could enter into. We.
And how
Yes.
many? Roughly half a dozen times.
I don't know. I can't recall.
Okay. Do you remember with whom you had you discussed we?
I would very gladly turn over my emails, and I could, we could say very specifically with whom I was discussing. I would like to make clear to the committee that the discussions were on a broad range of ideas and companies.
So did you ever discuss we with Minister Morneau?
Yes, most certainly. Of course, the government.
On what dates?
Just to give the assistant deputy minister.
She did answer the question, to her credit.
Yes,
so on what dates?
Allow her to answer the questions.
Sure.
Ms. Kovich, go ahead.
Thank you. I can tell you that leading up to the Prime Minister's announcement on the 22nd, there were three briefings of Minister Morneau, the 14th, the 18th, and the 21st. At no point in any of these briefings did we talk about the idea or advice was given to select we as a recipient for a third party. So that never came up.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question was, when did you
last question, Pierre?
All right. So the question was, again, on what occasions did you discuss we with Bill Morneau? What occasions? That's all. Just that specific question.
So only when I have a scheduled briefing with the minister, and I gave you the three scheduled briefings. The first one on the 14th, we were talking about the broad $9 billion package, and absolutely not about we. But on the 18th and the 21st, there was a range of a grant, a credit. We talked about Shopify, Ceridian. In a verbal briefing, I certainly may have mentioned it. In our analysis, we do not talk about it except for what the minister did actually say, and that is we attached the annex of the first proposal that we received from we to a briefing note without any recommendation and without any analysis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Then turning, I believe we have Ms. Zerowitz next, and then Mr. Fortin. Is it Mr. Fortin? You had your hand up earlier. Did you want to? What were you going to say? Can't. You're not coming through to me somehow. Still not. Okay, we'll go to Ms. Zerowitz.
Sorry. Okay, Monsieur le Président, ça va.
Okay.
Oh, fine. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was saying that we have another committee that was supposed to start at 4. Are we going to stop at 4 because we have to go to the ethics committee?
We will go a little bit beyond 4 because we're going to go with 8 questioners at 4 minutes each. If we could. So we'll go to Ms. Zerowitz. We'll definitely get to you next after Ms. Zerowitz, and you'll have time to get to the committee. Ms. Zerowitz? Julie, are you there? Your mic's muted.
Sorry. I also do that sometimes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kovacevic. Thank you for your testimony today, and thanks for your extraordinary work. There's a narrative, and I think you're hearing some of the questions that it's believed that finance or someone at finance only suggested we, and it was only the intention of our government to suggest we as the deliverer for the Canada Student Service Grant. Can you please for the record, let us know whether it was you or whether it was the team or officials at finance who only suggested we as the recommendation for the CSSG, or was we always considered with a whole number of other organizations initially? So if you could just clarify that, because that is kind of the implication of a lot of the questions here.
Thank you for your question. So I can clearly say that up to the April 22nd announcement of the Prime Minister, where we announced a set aside of up to $900 million for a Canada Student Service Grant, that there was no recommendation about we and no recommendation to enter into a third party. In fact, the recommendation or the follow-up was that the Department of Employment and Social Development would have to bring in a proposal with the advice on how to do this and with whom. The final decision, of course, when the government announced that it would be entering into a contribution agreement with we, the Department of Finance, recommended this advice to our minister. And in our note, we note that the We Charity organization, we have been told, is in fact the only organization that could stand up the proposal as is described with the sort of the magnitude and the ambition and the volume of the service placements desired, and most importantly, in the time required. You'll recall that, April 22nd, when the Prime Minister made the announcement, very high-level announcement, still work to be done by the Department of ESDC to figure out how to implement this and with whom. University and college students were just about to finish their spring semester. So there was real pressure to do things quickly and to get this off the ground.
Thank you. And do you know anything, like what type of due diligence is done on organizations in a normal process? So would that have been the responsibility of finance to have done sort of the due diligence on third-party organizations before contracts are signed, or would that have been the responsibility of whoever was responsible for the program?
Thank you for the question. Well, there's many kinds of due diligence, and it's not for me to speculate on how well due diligence was executed. What I can say is that the lead on the negotiation of the contribution agreement is not the Department of Finance. It, in fact, is the Department of ESDC. So choosing the organization and anything, the accountability is up to the Department of ESDC. Now, the Department of Finance, of course, approved the $900 million set aside. So we are looking at the fiscal framework and making sure that whatever ESDC recommends and puts forward actually abides by and is in keeping with the broad parameters of what we put in the funding decision, to spend up to $900 million.
We're going to have to end it there because Mr. Fortin hasn't got a lot of time. Mr. Fortin, sure. The floor is yours for 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Kovacevic, you've spoken about a meeting that occurred on April 18th in the evening when we was suggested, but you don't remember who suggested we. Was it you? Was it somebody else? You said, I'm not certain, but I remember that we all agreed. Did I understand correctly?
Yes, you understand correctly.
I would like you to tell me who was at that meeting.
Or, to best my recollection, Mr. Chair, there was myself, of course, my Associate Deputy Minister, Susie MacDonald, Rachel Wernick, who is the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister at ESDC, and she may have been joined by somebody, but I have to check the record. I'm not entirely sure who.
I would like, once you check, I would like you to send us a copy of the document, whether it's the minutes or something else where the list of names is found. Is that possible?
It would be my pleasure, sir. And indeed, the committee has ordered for us to produce all kinds of documentation, which we are gathering, and we will be submitting by the August 8th
Donc, vous étiez, si je comprends bien.
So if I understand correctly, there were 5 people at that meeting. Rachel Wernick, yourself, Ms. Susie, I forget her name, and 2 more people? Is that it? 4 or 5?
No, sorry, sir. I said that I can recollect for sure. This is a teleconference at like 10 o'clock at night, I think, or late in the evening. Me, Susie, and Rachel for sure. Beyond that, my recollection is just a little funky.
Combien de personnes étaient?
How many people were with you?
Susie.
Non, Susie, Rachel, et vous?
No, Susie, Rachel, yourself. You say that there were others, so how many others on top of you, Susie and Rachel?
That's what I don't know. This is a teleconference, so I don't know if there was anybody else on the phone.
Okay.
I don't
Dans le processus d'attribution.
In giving the contract to we, did you think about having a call for tenders? You explained very well earlier that the time frame was short, was of the essence. We understand that. Did you think about a call to tenders light to be more transparent in attributing the contract?
The decision to choose we and to enter into a contribution agreement, whether sole source or open tender, was a recommendation put forward by Minister Chagger. The Department of Finance considers that proposal and made our recommendation, which was favorable. At no time would I have been in a discussion at all negotiating this contribution agreement. That is solely the responsibility of the Department of ESDC.
La question était, est-ce que vous...
Yes, the question was, did you discuss the possibility of having a call to tender, an enlightened version, a shorter version with shorter timeframes? Yourself, personally, Ms. Kovacevic, did you discuss that?
I don't recall exactly what was discussed, but I can say that we were in agreement with the proposal as put forward, recognizing all the work and policy that we had done upstream in terms of the capacity and the timing for delivery. And we were in agreement and fully supportive of the proposal as it was put forward.
Thank you. Thank you both. All the best at your next committee, Mr. Fortin. Go on the list, Mr. Angus. We'll go with a 4-minute round. And then after you, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Angus.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much for participating in our hearings. Who was the key point person for we when you discussed the proposal?
The key point person where? In the Department of Finance?
No, for we.
Well,
discussions with we. Who was the point person that you discussed with?
So I only had one discussion with we on April the 24th, and this is a discussion that we had.
But there was a proposal back around April 7th, April 9th that was circulating, and it was a different proposal. And then we changed our proposal to meet the guidelines. So who in your department spoke with, like someone was speaking with we, they weren't coming up with this from the Ouija board. So who was the person at we that was the point person?
Pardon me, I understand your question now. So I can tell you that on April 20th, my minister's office, Amit Singh, had connected with somebody at we, I'm not sure who, and they were talking about volunteer opportunities, and that is the part that I read in my opening statement, but the enhancing from 8,000 to double.
Charlie, move the microphone a little closer to your mouth too, please.
Okay, I will there, boss. I guess what I'm finding really surprising here is we have a proposal, and it's not the real, the one that the government needs, but then another proposal gets written that's much more close. There had to be negotiations back and forth with we in order to make this thing credible, or was this just done on the back of a napkin? Was there work done so that this proposal, the second proposal, met the requirements so that you could then go and say, this is as close as we can get. This is a group that can do it. So who was that point person?
So I can't speculate, and I don't know who would have been talking to we, if anybody. It certainly was not. It was certainly not me or the Department of Finance officials.
Okay.
I would clarify for the committee that this second proposal, which was building on the first one, which in addition to social entrepreneurship and business service placements, there was a service placement stream. So COVID, the arts. That is still not the ultimate proposal and what the government agreed to do for a third-party administrator.
So how many other proposals were brought forward by charities in between the first proposal by we and the second? How many other proposals came across the desk at finance from other groups?
So the proposals that came to me, none of these actually came to me. I am aware that there was a proposal from U15 with respect to universities. You'll recall this is an entire student package, not just the student grant.
No, but for this specific plan, it seems odd that there's an original proposal. It's not the same thing at all, but then it begins a series of discussions, and then a second proposal comes forward, and that's very close, and then we becomes the only group. I mean, you guys don't do things on the fly. We're talking about $900 million. There had to be either a number of other proposals you looked at. There had to be serious negotiations you were involved in. Were there other proposals on the table besides we for this specific kind of program? Did you check other groups to say, what could you deliver and how fast could you turn it around?
So what I could say, sir, is that the PM's announcement on April 22nd was high level. There was no identification of a party. It was just a set aside. And ESDC then did follow up with respect to how to deliver this and with whom. So it would be ESDC who would make the determination if
I guess the issue, and I got to end it here, but it's that this program seems tailor-made for we. We's been involved in discussions. Politically exempt staff are involved. You haven't named who they are. The question we're asking, and we're not blaming you, but we're talking about your higher-ups, was we given the inside track? And we haven't seen anything that tells us that between the first and the second proposal, that there was a whole bunch of other proposals on the table. What we've seen is between the first and second proposals that we was certainly able to really refine their position so that when Rachel Wernick called them, they had all the right answers. So I need to know who at we was involved in the discussions and how much discussions went back and forth so that second proposal was a lot closer to what you guys agreed to. And that's the answer I'm not hearing.
Only tell you. Oh, thank you. I can only tell you the facts as I understand them and know them. And that is that on April 20th, there was one conversation between my minister's office and we, which I have already discussed. And outside of that, other than my own conversation with Rachel and we on the 24th, I am unaware of any other contact at all, and I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you. We will go to the last round, 4 minutes apiece. The lineup will be Mr. Cooper, Mr. Fragiskatis, Mr. Morantz, and Ms. Kotrakis. Mr. Cooper.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the witness. I want to just get a better understanding of how we came up. You had mentioned, as I understood your timeline, that the possibility of we came up in an email discussion on April 16th from ESDC. Am I right?
You are correct.
And who raised that from ESDC?
That would have been my colleague, Rachel Wernick.
Rachel Wernick. And prior to that time, you had never heard anyone bring up we, other than on April 9th, when you said there was some stakeholder feedback in which 12 charities were identified. Is that correct?
That's correct. April 16th, according to my records, is the first time that we enters into a broad-ranging discussion. We have not even settled on a grant. We are talking about a tuition credit.
Fine. I got that. But on April the 9th, during the same day as the stakeholder feedback session, we submit a proposal. Is that right?
Well, I became aware of that proposal on April 19th when ESDC shared it to me.
That's not my question. My question is there was a proposal from we submitted on that date, April 9th, right?
Yes.
And who was it sent from?
I don't have any.
Will you
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Will you undertake to find out?
I can do my best to do that, sir. And all I can say is that I received it on the 19th. No, that's fine.
I understand that. Who was it sent to? I presume you don't know that either.
I don't.
But it was sent to finance. The minister's spokesperson
well, the minister,
admitted that.
That's right. The minister said that himself.
Were you aware of any other proposals that had been submitted on April 9th or prior to that?
I'm not aware of any, sir.
You're not aware of any. Okay. So we have this proposal from we, and now in terms of what happened after that, you briefed actually maybe backtracking a little bit, you talked about the fact that you considered a number of organizations, this is before April 9th, in broad terms of potentially administering some sort of student program, correct?
April 6th, 7th, 8th, the very early days.
Yes, I get that. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
We'll allow the ADM to answer that, Mr. Cooper. Go ahead, Ms. Kovich.
So the records will show that those early days were about describing an entire frame for the student package, which turned out to be the $9 billion.
Thank you for that. Now, you had mentioned a series of organizations, one of which was Volunteer Canada. Now, President of Volunteer Canada came here before the committee and said that they had never been approached by your department, by any department, regarding a student package. And when I asked the president of Volunteer Canada to explain Ms. Wernick's testimony, namely that Volunteer Canada had been considered, she was unable to explain how possibly Volunteer Canada could have been considered when they never even were contacted. How do you explain that?
That'll be the last question.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So all those companies that I mentioned in my organizations that I mentioned in my opening statement, this is all a part of the broad ideas that we are considering leading up to the April 22nd announcement and decision by the government to
But the only organization you really wanted to talk to was we.
Mr. Cooper, the ADM has the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Kovich.
Thank you. Leading up to the April 22nd announcement, in fact, the Department of Finance had not contacted any of those organizations, including we. The officials had not contacted any.
They never did call Volunteer Canada.
I'm sorry. You're out of time, Mr. Cooper. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Fragaskatis. I'm not sure whether it's going to be Mr. Morantz or Mr. Cumming. They'll have to let me know when we get there, and we'll conclude with Ms. Kotrakis. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Kovacevic, and for your outstanding work in this entire experience. You and so many other public servants have really gone to bat for the entire country. I'm sure spending a lot of time away from loved ones, from family members specifically, and others as well. So thank you for your contributions. My question relates to contribution agreements that go ahead. We've heard at the committee before that we had quite an extensive network connected to 7,000 schools, connected to 2.4 million students. One of the reasons that they were chosen was because of that extensive reach that they had. We've worked as a government as well with the United Way, with Food Banks Canada, always on the premise, it seems, that the network and reach of a particular entity qualifies it to be to take the lead in a contribution agreement. Is that in fact the case in your experience? Are you in a position to speak to that? Is that one of the key criteria, the ability of an organization to reach many different entities and help the government deliver vital programming and services?
That's a pretty broad question. Thank you for it. I'm not sure I can generalize. I think in some cases that may be the case. But what I can say with respect to the decision by the government to enter into a contribution agreement with WE, in fact, the capacity to reach students wherever they were in Canada was certainly, foremost in our mind. Being able to ramp up quickly, being able to support not just students. Volunteer matching isn't, a hot dog stand outside a hockey arena. That needs to be structured, and you need to be supportive. But also the not-for-profit and charity sector, who would be offering volunteer placements, who they themselves were in the middle of a pandemic, facing financial issues, many of them, and more importantly, what a typical volunteer experience was given the social distancing scenario in the middle of the pandemic, made the whole thing very precarious. And so there were not a lot of organizations, quite frankly, in our estimation, that could cough up all these criteria and all these skills in the short order and the enormously aggressive timeline in which we were working.
Was there an organization that was comparable, or did we have the sort of reach that just set it aside as the organization? I mean, as I said before, the numbers we've heard are almost 2.5 million students, 7,000 schools. Was there another organization that rivaled that at all, or did we really have that ability unique unto itself?
To my knowledge, I don't think I can answer that because I'm not an expert in social policy necessarily. I'm in the Department of Finance, but from what we understood from our colleagues at ESDC, they were the best placed given everything that was to be expected and the ambition of the government.
Last question, Peter.
Sure. I've asked this question before, but I think it's worth raising one more time. When the consideration was being taken as to who could best deliver the Canada Student Service Grant, some have posed that the Canada Service Corps should have been chosen. Why not the Canada Service Corps, Ms. Kovacevic? What was it about them that prevented that from going ahead? That option from going ahead?
Yes, thank you for that question. In fact, the records will show that the Canada Service Corps was in fact the place where ESDC started, and they actually submitted a proposal to us to ramp up its capacity to offer microgrants. And in fact, there was one initial proposal where they ramped up to 7,000, and there will be a record of me saying that's too modest. And then they came back with a second proposal of 15,000. I know that ESDC also looked at the administrator, taking it global to see if it had, two-factor authentication, if it had, sophisticated ways to volunteer match, and whether in partnership with ESDC, that this is something we could leverage. In the end, the capacity obviously was funded for Canada Service Corps, but that was sort of the maximum, and the ambition and the need was still greater than what the Canada Service Corps, in our estimation, and in ESDC's estimation, could deliver.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Are we going to you, Mr. Cumming? Who are we going to from the Conservative camp? Mr. Cumming or Mr. Morantz?
Oh, you're going to me.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you,
Good,
Mr.
James.
Chair. When you start to get into your more detailed discussions about it sounds like it was on around the 20th, 22nd. And you said that you're looking at capacity. So who was looking at the capacity of this organization, their financial capacity, their ability to deliver, more than just statements from them about their reach? Reach is, it could be Facebook likes, it could be their social media exposure, but that doesn't necessarily deal with capacity. So who was looking at their actual physical capacity? Because it sounds like they had to hire a raft of people before the contract or the contribution agreement was even signed, and they've had to since lay them off. So was that your department or was that ESDC?
So that is not my department. You'll recall that leading up to the Prime Minister's announcement, there was no decision on a third-party administrator, and so any discussion that happened with it was potential. It's, can you do social mobilization? Can you do a public awareness campaign? Can you be a partner in volunteer matching? As as the announcement was made, the high-level announcement for up to $900 million on the 22nd, effectively the baton gets tossed from Finance Department to ESDC, and it is now ESDC who is responsible to develop a proposal for consideration of Cabinet on how to meet the criteria for a Canada Student Services grant. So the further questions, as you have asked, would be carried out on the second end, the latter end, as opposed to the front end when it was more policy elucidation, deliberation. And what we were really trying to do is make sure that there were credible organizations, not just we, anything, so that when the Prime Minister announced the Canada Student Service Grant, we could, with some assuredness, say there are options that we can deliver on. Whatever those options may be, ESDC will have to elucidate and determine and recommend. There will be options so that we can deliver these grants to students who needed them within weeks. The ambition of the government was initially for a May launch.
I understand all that, but to me, it strikes me, it's finance. You're sending out a program that is $900 million. Surely someone in your department, if you're going to sign a contribution agreement, even if it's ESDC, who takes responsibility to making sure that the organization that you're going to sign a contribution agreement has the financial wherewithal, the proper governance, everything that you would expect to taking public sector dollars to execute the program? There must be somebody, whether it's ESDC, but surely finance must have a role in that.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, thank you. I was just going to say that, again, I repeat that there was no recommendation on who to deliver up to the 22nd when the funding decision and the decision of the government was made. And so after that, it really is the Department of ESDC to negotiate the contribution agreement and all the trappings that come with it in terms of being satisfied that everything is in order.
Last question, James.
If this was within your department, so let's say you were the approving department, the process that you go through in the administration, would you delve into capacity, financial capacity, governance? Like what level of due diligence would you do within your department if you were charged with it?
So, I mean, I can't speculate on what I would have done or what I might do, but I certainly.
What would be your normal practice? What would be your normal practice for this size of an agreement?
I imagine it would be very similar to the practice that my colleagues over at ESDC exercised. And it's, there are terms and conditions that guide entering into contribution agreements, and we would follow them in the same fashion.
Okay, Ms. Koutrakis, you'll have to wrap it up. Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kovacevic. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and for appearing before the Finance Committee today and for your testimony. And I also want to echo and add my voice to thank you for the great work that you and your department have done. With all the work that you have done, we have helped millions of Canadians and hundreds of thousands of Canadian businesses. And we've helped our economy from a deep recession and possibly in a very incredibly short time and possibly worse than a recession. You probably have said this before, but I think it's worth mentioning again, so I will raise it again. Could you please walk us through the process of how typically the various programs arising from the pandemic, making up the Canada Emergency Response Plan or program, were put together and got through the idea generation, analysis, and decision-making process? And in cases of working with third parties, such as we, was the process significantly different? And if it was, why and how?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I guess I would start by saying the Department of Finance and myself in the current situation that we're describing, I am not involved. The Department of Finance is not involved in negotiating the agreement, and we're not involved in negotiating the agreement with We Charity. So those questions are questions for ESDC and not for finance. In terms of the process, thank you for that question. Yes, this has been a whirlwind over the last couple of months in terms of the number of programs we've put in place. As Assistant Deputy Minister for Social Policy, I have been involved in the CERB, in the student package, persons with disabilities, Indigenous, essential workers, wage top up. It's been very, very busy. Given the time, given the unprecedented, sort of circumstances Canada and the world has found itself in, it is not unusual, and it is not even unusual before COVID times for there to be upstream policy deliberation. The government says we want to do something, or we have money, or there's a real need that people need something. So we work with the ESDC, with my minister's office. What are the real needs? Who should we talk to? What can we put in place? And quite frankly, almost everything in my purview in the social policy realm kind of work that way. There's a lot of massive amounts of discussions and emails, ideas, fecund ideas kind of rolling off the tongue, trying to land on what ultimately will be the best program, service, or support to put in place to help Canadians who needed it during the pandemic.
And how would you say you and your department were feeling during these times? I know for many of us, for myself, I can only speak for myself, but these are unprecedented times. This is the first time that I've had to primarily work from home. It's been quite stressful. We all have families. We all have, we need to be careful and take care of our own health. What would you say was the environment? How was the morale of your department and other departments that were working on this to make sure that we deliver the programs that Canadians look to us for, and especially the youth?
Thank you for that question. I guess I can't speculate on how other people and other departments were feeling, but, we are the public service. We stand here to execute the will of the government and to help Canadians who needed help. We do it proudly, we do it fairly. We provide our advice independently. But right now, I would tell you I'm tired.
Okay, we will have to end it at that. Thank you, Ms. Kotrakis. We're starting to run up against giving parliamentary staff time to clean up the room before the next panel starts. I just should mention to committee before I release Ms. Kovovich, the Prime Minister has accepted the invitation to appear at the Finance Committee. Arrangements will be made regarding that date and time. I think we'd asked him for the 28th, but I'm sure we'd all be in agreement that given his schedule that the clerk will have to negotiate a time and place. We still will be meeting on the 28th. There is already witnesses scheduled for that day. So that's for the committee invitation.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, who is that coming from?
Charlie Angus.
Charlie Angus, okay.
Just quickly, I'm wondering, because we have representatives from WE coming next week, we're talking about the agreement, but we don't really know what it looks like. Is it possible we can get the contribution agreement so we're just more efficient when we're meeting? Because it's hard to talk around something unless you know exactly what the terms are.
Well, we can certainly make a request to the clerk of the Privy Council. He was at the meeting the other day, and I think he said he would provide that to us. And so I will ask the clerk to quickly draft a little note to the clerk of the Privy Council to see if we can get that contribution agreement before WE appears.
Thank you.
So we'll ask the clerk on behalf of the committee to do that. Ms. Kovovich, I think you said it right. You said it's been a whirlwind 3 months. And we've said it numerous times at this committee. I know today's hearings and these hearings sometimes don't look appreciative of the work that you all do, but I want to tell you that we are very appreciative as Canadians, as members of Parliament, on the work that the public service does. We always run into some snags in the road, but that goes with the process. So on behalf of the committee, I sincerely want to thank you for appearing here today. But even more so, you and your colleagues for all the work that you've done, the long hours you put in, the time away from family, different working conditions, et cetera, that you guys, that you folks have faced in order to put out the programming to benefit Canadians and Canadian business. So we want to thank you for that and your colleagues as well. With that, you're welcome, and do take care. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting, and we will see everyone on Tuesday, and we'll send that note to the clerk. Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.